Hi! I got way too excited to play that I forgot to actually check how I looked in terms of my jacket right now. It's cold still in my apartment, so basically we don't have the AC on, so it gets really cold right now. And the reason we don't have the AC on is because it's so cold. This is the only time of the year where we can actually turn the AC off and not die from heat stroke because we live in Arizona and there's no such thing as snow where we're at. Well, it snowed once when barely, just barely though. Hi, Jay. Happy Friday. I know, right? My brain is not processing that it's Friday yet either. I would have started streaming earlier, but then I saw that a couple other people, they're doing an Iron Mouse tournament, so I started watching them play Lethal Company, and so I watched that entire thing until it ended. I was about to play Errant Kingdom. I'm gonna lurk. Nice. We're gonna start Otaro's route. Did I mess this up? Okay, I got so scared just now. I was messing with this because I'm trying to get ready for Sunday. I'm also trying to get ready to start recording for my review. My first review is going to be on Virtue Evermore. So I was trying to make a thing on this because you can record on this and not just stream on this. To use it as like my thingamabob. But I haven't got that far yet. Oh wait, have I gone too far? I've gone far too far. I hit the button far too long. There he is. So we're going to start on Otaro's route and get him going. I'm pretty confident I won't beat this tonight. I plan on playing for about 4 hours though. I'm going to stay up until about midnight. I work at 9, so I got some time. Depends on how I feel too once midnight hits. If I'm feeling wide awake at midnight, I'll stay up longer. If I'm feeling sleepy, I'll probably just go to bed. Because I wanted to try to finish this before the end of the year. Don't think I'm going to 100%, but we'll see. Alright, let's make sure I got the sound going right. Am I too loud? I don't know. This thing really does fluctuate depending on how close it is to my mouth. And I felt so sad because a couple of my streams when I'm like reviewing it, I sound so loud and I'm like, ugh, it's too close. But I am going to be setting up a new Siren mic soon. I've had it for a while. It's just that I don't want to use these when I switch the Siren because these kind of hurt my ears after a long time. And let's be real, I did a 12-hour stream that one day and I wore these the whole time, but my head was starting to hurt by the end of it. So we'll see how it goes. Alrighty, we are jumping into the last route. I'm trusting Jay on this because Jay said after this route, there's an additional story. Am I correct in that statement, or is this the last route? Alright, it's already been a month since the fever of the Neko Matsuboy case, and Ito, a new strange phenomenon was beginning to occur. This feels so loud to me. Kinji, it's headed that way. There's a special something after you finish all routes. Good, because that's when but something cool. Is it like an hour long? Because I was going to wear my kimono, but I didn't want to wear it forever. Leave it to me. Ito's night became more exposed to the danger of the Blightfall than usual. Oh, more exposed. I can see this. But something cool. Ooh, that's kind of scary. What's cool? Even such dangers would be easily exterminated so long as the one and only Onryo-ban arrived on the scene. Right there. After being sliced with a single strike of the sword, the Blightfall struggled to the ground as the black thread scattered from its entire body. Also, I didn't plan this. I wore this to work today, and then I was like, you know what? It's pink, and I tried to color match the boys. It seemed like it was the right time. Beyond the thick layer of threads, I saw what appeared to be a person's silhouette. Just like that time with Ruriko. Now the snow sacrament is complete. Otaro's route is scary. What the heck? People are getting converted? That's what happens when you're the bad guy, I guess. Otaro out here making the world a dangerous place. I'm like barely looking at what my jacket looks like right now. You can't even tell that I have a pink dress on. While confirming the scene from a distance, I hurried towards the two as fast as I could. There was something I needed to tell them, even if that meant coming here in the midst of the battle. Kenji, Ohtaro, there are more Blightfall in the back alley. A human turned into a Blightfall. Dude, this is the most dangerous route, isn't it? What? Again? Dude, why does everybody leave Edo? Recently, there has been an outbreak of cases in Edo in which the townsfolk become Blightfall. It wasn't just the entertainment district that appeared. They appeared anywhere from Castle Town to Samurai Town, and the victims had absolutely nothing in common. It seemed that the Blightfall the two had just exterminated were also ones that had been transformed from human or form folk. As proof of that, a citizen was collapsed where the Blightfall had disappeared. They're gonna keep appearing one after the other. This is never going to end. Ohtaro, I feel so bad. I almost put my hair in a ponytail and I didn't. Ah, darn, I should have thought about how he looked. At least they're only appearing at night, right? We just need to take the proper rest during the day. That's true. Let's go then, said begrudgingly. After we asked the people around us to take care of the collapsed citizens, we started to run towards the back alley. Little lady, might I ask who turned into a Blightfall this time? I heard it was the owner of the gambling house, the one who played Orikikabu with us the other day. What? Didn't that Pops just turn into a Blightfall the other day? Yeah. At its peak, there were dozens of people transforming into Blightfall in a single night. But even if they regained their sanity with the Snow Sacrament, there was a risk that a Blightfall transformation could be triggered again. This was apparently the first time something like this had happened even in the Onuaban's history. Because of that, the members of the Onuaban were becoming more and more fatigued. Even so, there was no way they could rest. As a result, we'd been in a fairly tough situation for some time. Sounds like it. Sounds like an actual nightmare, honestly. To top it off, the Onuaban's work wasn't just to defeat the Blightfall. If an abnormal situation ever arose, they had to investigate the cause. After a night spent fighting the Blightfall, Ruriko would finally have visiting rights, and so the entertainment district team was to gather once again. So as a reminder, Ruriko is the concubine, that's not the right word, Kurasan, that was the Neko boy in reality. And she, in the previous story, when we're playing with Kenji's over there, he's over there, you can't see him over there. She was being controlled by an eviler Lightfall, which was actually the Kurasan from the Red Light District. So is that going to change in this route? Good morning! When I arrived at the meeting spot, Kenji and Ohtaro were already waiting there. My, you came right on time. You were out pretty late last night on patrol. Wasn't it difficult to wake up early? Komame woke me up, so I'm fine. Ohtaro, where were you all right? Of course, when all's said and done, I'm actually a pretty serious guy, and I'm a morning person. My oh my, I wonder who it was that was complaining after I slapped him awake this morning. Hey! Don't say that out loud. That makes me look totally lame. So that's how it was. Aw, man, he wants to look cool in front of me. Alright. I had been working through the night. To be honest, I was sleepy, but when I saw the two of them acting like normal, I could feel energy welling up inside me. Thanks to that, I could put up with the harsh missions.
一連の騒動は猫又小僧事件から始まりました。きっと瑠璃子さんが何らかの鍵を握ってい
Probably
る
the
は
guy
ず
in
で
the
す。
pink kimono over there. More importantly, we cannot let our guards down at today's meeting. All of these incidents started with the Nekomate boy case. Ruriko has to be the key. Yes! While nodding at Kenji's words, I gazed at the walls I could slightly see in the distance. The facility existed in the back of Castletown, the prison house. It was an isolated place where criminals were held. Normally, people wouldn't get close to it, however.
何ですかこの騒ぎは。
What is with all this commotion? There's so many people. Why is such a large crowd gathered here?
あそこにヨイチたちがいるじゃん。話を聞いてみようぜ。
Yoichi's here. Let's go ask them. When I looked in the direction Ohtaro pointed at, I saw Yoichi and Kyuga standing a slight distance away from the crowd. It seemed that they were observing the cluster of people from afar.
ヨイチ、源十郎、こんなところで何してんの？
Orichi, Genjiro, what you guys doing in a place like this?
ああ、お前たちか。私たちは城下町の見回りついでに覗きに来たところなんだが。
Well, you lot. We came here to have a peek while on our patrol of Castletown,
あん
but
たらは猫又小僧に会いに来たの？
did you come to meet the Nekomate boy? Yeah, that's correct.
この騒ぎは一体何なのですか？ここにいる方たちは何のために集まっているのです？
Just what is with this ruckus? What could be the reason for all these people gathering here?
そんなの決まってるでしょ。みんな猫又小僧に会いに来たんだよ。
Isn't it obvious everyone's here to meet the Nekomate boy? Huh? Poriko?
でも人気があったのは1代目だろ？ 2代目のルリコの時はそこまで盛り上がってなかったはずじゃん。
But the first one was the popular one, right? Ruriko is the second one. People aren't excited when she showed up.
そうなんだけどね。1代目とか2代目とかほとんどの人は区別がついてないみたい。
That's true, but it seems that most people can't tell the difference between the first and the second.
適当だな。
No, people couldn't tell the difference between the first and the second in this story only. To be very clear, I think I was screaming for the longest time that these were two different people based on all of the facts provided. That's careless. Then what should we do? If there are this many people here, we might not be able to have a visit.
ああ、それならば、あそこで札をもらってくれば問題ない。
In that case, it shouldn't be a problem if we get a stamp from over there. Saying that, Kyuga pointed to the gate of the prison house. Someone was handing out stamps like the ones at the red light district. As I observed my surroundings, I saw that everyone was holding the same ticket. What is that ticket?
整理用の札だ。札に記されている数字の順番通りに猫又小僧と面会できる仕組みらしい。
I don't know why they're letting people just visit someone in prison that has no relations or no reasons to actually visit them. That seems almost dumb, but alright. There are tickets for the lineup. It seems that you can get to meet the Nekomate boy in the order of the ticket
ある
number.
程度、猫又小僧との関係や身分によって足切りされてはいるようだな。
There appears to be certain prerequisites, like your relationship with the Nekomate boy, your status.
それでもこれだけの人が残るんだ。
And yet there's still this many people left?
その札、早めにもらってきた方が良さそうですね。いろいろと教えていただきありがとうございました。
If you're right...
僕たちはこれで。
Sorry, Kenji, I didn't mean to cut you off. I would never cut you off. If you're right, it would be best to get that ticket as soon as we can. Thanks for telling us. We should get going now.
こちらも失礼させてもらおう。
Yes, we'll be heading out as well.
じゃ、またね。
See you later then. After their brief farewell, Kyuga and Yoichi walked off. I saw them off until I couldn't see them anymore. When I turned back to face Kinji and Ohtaro, for some reason, Ohtaro was no longer there. Huh? Where did Ohtaro go?
札を取りに行かせました。ほら、あそこで元気に飛び跳ねているでしょ。
I had him go get a ticket. Look, you can see him jumping around energetically over there, yes? When I followed Kenji's line of sight, I could see Ohtaro waving his hand a short distance away. He already had the number ticket in his hand.
お待たせ。札もらってきたよ。
Sorry to keep you waiting. I got the ticket. Did you steal it? Thank you, Ohtaro. That was fast work.
まあな。ったく、金次は人使いが荒いんだよ。もっと俺を大事に扱え。感謝しろ。
Of course. Kenji never lets me take a break. Treat me a little nicer, will ya? Express your gratitude.
はいはい、ご苦労様でした。それで
Yes, yes. Fine
僕たち
job.
は何番目になったんですか？
What number are we?
15番目だよ。一応進捗の方も聞いてきたけど、俺たちがルリコに会えるのは2国語くらいみたい。
Gah, we're 15th. I did ask them about the progress, but it looks like we'll have to wait 2 bell hours to meet Uriko. If it's 2 bell hours, we'll be waiting here for quite some time.
それでしたら順番が回ってくるまでは各自自由行動にいたしましょう。僕もちょうど芝居小屋に用がありますし。
In that case, let's call it free time until our turn. It just happened to have errands to take care of for the theater house.
俺は別にいいけど、芝居の練習でもすんの？
I don't mind either way, but are you gonna go rehearse a play or something? Yeah, get out of here, Kenji. I'm going on a date with
え
Ohtaro.
え、今度新しい演目をやることになったんです。殺伐としてきた江戸を盛り上げるためにと、キクリアのみんなも張り切っておりまして。
Indeed, we've decided to hold a new show. Everyone in Kikuria is going all out in order to bring cheer to the recently brutal atmosphere of Edo. That's really exciting. What kind of show are you performing?
公開されるまで秘密です。では、僕は行きますね。
It's a secret until the debut. Anyways, I'll be heading off. After he brushed me off with a charming smile, Kenji walked in the direction of the entertainment district.
金次、行っちゃったな。
And off he goes. Yes, Ohtaro, are you also going to go back for some work?
いや、俺はちゃんと休みをもらってきたから大丈夫。そういうあんたは用事とかあるの？
Nope, I actually asked for time off. Do you have anything you need to do? No, not really.
よかった。なら一緒にどっか出かけようぜ。ここ最近、昼も夜も働き続けて息が詰まりそうでさ、誰かとパーッと遊びたいと思ってたんだ。
Sweet, then we should go somewhere together. I've been feeling really stuffy lately because I've been working so much. I want to cut loose and have fun with someone. Wait, have fun?
だって、息抜きは必要だろ。いい仕事をしたいんなら、適度に休んで全力で遊ばないと。
I mean, you gotta relax sometime, right? Work hard, play harder. That's how you do well at work. That's true. But how does she know? This is her first job. No, I definitely feel guilty about having fun during such a horrible situation. I'm sorry, Ohtaro. I appreciate you going out of your way to invite me, but I...
やっぱ、ダメか？
You can't, right? Ohtaro, while making a sad face, stared at me. He looked like a puppy who had been told he can't go on a walk. I can't. There's no way I can ignore this. I can. You want to play together? You want to go play together, boy?
本当か？
Really? Yeah, if you're happy with me, that is.
いいに決まってんじゃん。わーいわーい、やったー。せっかくだし、目いっぱい楽しもうな。
Of course I am. Yeah, woohoo! We might not get another chance, so let's have as much fun as we can. I can practically see it in my mind's eye. I see a puppy wagging its tail with all its strength because it's so happy.
何ニヤニヤしてるんだ？
What are you smiling about? Oh, it's nothing. Anyways, where should we go have fun? If we're in the castle town, I don't think there's much beyond having tea or looking around at the stores.
なら娯楽街に行こうぜ。俺さ、ずっと行ってみたかったところがあるんだよね。
Well, let's go to the entertainment district. There's this place I've always wanted to go to. How far away is that? Like how... what's a bell hour? Let's Google that. Do I actually know? I'm sure they probably said it. Let's see. Bell hour. Time. Edo? bell rings out across Uno, tolling the hour 3 times a day. If that's true, then that means... It says the bell rings 3 times a day. So 6 p.m., noon, and 6 a.m., noon, and 6 p.m. So if they have to wait 2 bell hours, yeah, they got plenty of time. That's insane. Unless I read that wrong. I don't know. After that, the place Ohtaro took us to was oddly enough a show tent. On top of that, it was the store that Ohtaro himself was always calling in customers for. Are you sure this is the place?
一度でいいから見てみたかったんだ。いつも外から眺めるだけだったから、ずっと気になってたんだよ。
Yeah, I wanted to see it even just once. I've always been able to see it from outside and it's been bugging me for ages. I see. You have to stand out front as a barker during work hours, right?
そういうこと。たまに興味がある見せ物がやってても、まともに見たことがなかったからさ。
Exactly. Sometimes they'll have an attraction I'm interested in, but I've never been able to get a proper look.
ってことで、ほら行こう行こう。
Enough about me. Come on, let's go, let's go. Ohtaro, full of energy, pushed me along as I entered the tent. Aw, cute. This time the show tent was displaying small items such as shells. Beautiful small shells were crammed together in a line. To me, a girl raised in the mountains, everything was unfamiliar. I couldn't help but stop to look at everything. The shell is shimmery.
それはアワビの貝殻だな。
That's the shell of an abalone. As I observed the shell, Ohtaro told me what it was while smiling. The shell was bumpy on the outside, but the inside was brightly iridescent.
暗い海の中にいるのに、体の内側はこんな綺麗な色をしてるなんて不思議だよな。
It's so strange how it lives in the dark ocean, but inside is such a pretty color.
貝自身は生まれてから一度もこんな色なんて見たことないはずなのに。
The shellfish itself probably never saw such color in its entire life. Perhaps it's beautiful precisely because it's never seen it.
何それ？どういうこと？
What does that mean? Well, it's like drawing a picture. Maybe the shellfish is expressing the world as it imagines it. So this color could be like the shellfish's own imagined dream.
なるほどね。
Do you? Because I don't understand what she just said. When I said exactly what I thought, Ohtaro looked down at the abalone shell as if he was thinking about something. As I looked at his indescribable expression, I noticed a certain thing. Did I just say something embarrassing? Is Ohtaro quiet because he isn't sure how to respond? I'm sorry. That was a little childish just now, wasn't it? Forget about it.
なんで？俺は好きだよ、その考え方。もともとそういう生き物だっていうより、自分自身が望んだって方が夢があると思うし。
Why? I like the way of thinking. Instead of saying it's always been like that, I think it's more romantic to think that the abalone wished it for that.
そっちの方がより綺麗に見えるよ。
That makes it look even more beautiful. Something about the way he said that made Ohtaro look more mature. Perhaps he was comparing it with something in his own head. It was the first time I'd seen such an expression from him, and I couldn't help but feel entranced. I'm entranced now. But it's a little surprising. I didn't know show tents also displayed stuff like this. And here I thought this was just a place to see performances like acrobats.
あれ？知らなかった？見せ物小屋って期間ごとに扱うものがガラッと変わるんだよ。
Oh, didn't you know? A show tent completely changes with what it deals with every season.
芸を見てもらうこともあれば、こんな風に貝殻とか細工物を飾っている期間もあるし。
Okay. There could be times when you see performances, and there are times where it displays handicrafts or shells like these.
今ならあんたともゆっくり楽しめていいかなって思ったんだ。
I thought that I could take it easy and have fun with you if we came around this time. So that's how it is. He put a lot of thought into where we should go. His consideration made me happy. When I fell quiet from the slight embarrassment, Ohtaro gently peeked into my face.
どうしたの？
What's wrong? Nothing. Anyways, come on, let's go look at the next thing.
うん？
Okay. This time, I started to walk as if leading Ohtaro.
あ、ちょっと待って。
Wait a sec. Is he strangling me? Because that looks like strangling. I guess it's not my neck, it's my back. What the heck's happening? To my surprise, Ohtaro pulled my hand with all his strength. As if that wasn't enough, he continued to pick me up bridal style. What? There was no way I could keep my composure after suddenly being picked up in such a way. I was enveloped in a warmth clearly different from my own. It was so embarrassing that I couldn't even look at Otaro's face. Ohtaro, this is...
ほら、人がいるのに走っちゃダメだろ。
Hey, you shouldn't run when there's people around. My nerves were completely blown away by his voice, which was aimed in a direction I hadn't expected. When I turned around in surprise, I could see a boy's back as it headed deeper into the room. I'm sorry! And then the boy, while apologizing, continued to run.
たく、全然話聞いてないだろ。
I know, right? I work retail and I feel that in my soul right now. Jeez, he wasn't listening at all.
あ、急にごめんな。あの子とぶつかりそうになってたから、つい。
Sorry for suddenly picking you up. He was about to bump into you, so I just... It's alright. Thank you. I don't know if picking her up off the ground was better. It seemed that Ohtaro had saved me. Saved is a strong word. I was surprised. I thought that something happened, but I didn't expect that. He's only a little taller than me, and he was so strong. He really is a guy. What is that face? Is he having the same thoughts? I felt someone watching me. When I looked up, Ohtaro was staring straight at me. Even when our eyes met, he didn't react at all. He simply continued to peer down at me intensely. What? It's making me nervous to be looked at like that. I had no idea what was going on. As I tensed up in anxiety, Ohtaro released me as if he had came back to himself.
あ、ごめんごめん。それじゃあ続き見に行こうか。
My bad. Let's go see the rest. Right. What was that just now? I didn't understand the reason, but I didn't have the courage to ask him about it again. I could do nothing except continue walking while holding down my beating chest. Wait for me! But when I started to walk once again, I heard the laughter of some children. It seemed that the boy from earlier was making a ruckus again somewhere.
ああ、やっぱあの子、俺の注意全然聞いてないな。
That boy really didn't listen to my warning at all. I think that's normal for kids around that age. My father scolded me a lot when I was little.
あんたが？あんまり想像できないけど。
What? You? I can't really imagine it. Of course. He would scold me when I didn't clean up properly or when I talked back. My father was kind, but he was strict too.
あんたの家では父親がしつけ担当なわけね。さしずめ母親は甘やかし担当って感じ？
So in your family, your father was the one in charge of discipline. I guess your mother ended up being the one to spoil you? That's well.
あ、そっか。あんた、母親のことは覚えてないんだっけ？
That's right. I forgot you don't remember your mother. I only saw her name, and that's about it. I heard she was called Tatsu.
なるほど。名前は覚えているわけね。
I see. So you remember her name. Yeah, do you remember murdering her? Just curious. Sorry, Ohtaro. That was deep. As we discussed that, we arrived at the very back of the show tent. Unlike the front, where the small items were, large chrysanthemum dolls were on display. It's so pretty! What the heck? I've never seen anything like that. The face was artificial, but the kimonos were made of beautiful blooming flowers that took my breath away. These chrysanthemums, oh my gosh. Why do you guys do this? Why do you put these words that my brain and my mouth can't say properly? Chrysanthemums. I said it right the first time. These chrysanthemum dolls, they're characters from the play Kinji performed before, right? The kimonos are exactly the same. Now that I see it, do the faces also look like Kinji and the others?
そりゃそうだよ。この菊細工、金次たちを模しているものなんだから。
Well, of course. These chrysanthemum dolls are modeled after Kinji and the other actors. I swear.
うちの見せ物小屋とキクリアって
It's been
土地
30
が近いこと
minutes.
もあってか、たまにだけど一緒に商売したりするんだよ。
Our Shoten and the Kikuria do business together sometimes because our locations are nearby.
表にある浮世絵屋の屋台にも、あそこの役者の浮世絵がたくさん売ってるし。
The Yukio stall out front also sells a lot of art of the actors. Wow, does that include Yukios of Kinji?
当たり前じゃん。金次の浮世絵は売り上げ一番の大人気商品だよ。もうそれだけで元が取れるくらいなんだぜ。
Obviously, Kinji's Yukio is their best-selling item. You could break even just by selling that. Oh, really? Then I might buy one on my way back.
え、本気？
Are you serious? Yeah, if it's a Yukio on hand, I can always remember the performance, right? The play was really good.
ふーん。
However, in contrast to how happy I was, Ohtaro scrunched up his face in slight dissatisfaction. Then he stared at me with prying eyes.
ひょっとして金次のことが好きなの？
Do you like Kinji or something? He asked me a crazy question. No, I just want to buy it as a souvenir.
でも浮世絵だよ。よっぽど好きな人じゃないと買わないと思うけどな。しかも相手が歌舞伎界一の伊達男と来たらね。
It's a Yukio though. Oh my god, do I need to Google this? Gonna Google. Honestly, this just gives such, I don't know, K-pop vibes. Like, I need merchandise. Yukio. Oh, it's beautiful. Yukio is a genre of Japanese art that flourished from the 17th through the 19th century. Its artistic product produced woodblock prints and paintings of such subjects as female beauties, kabuki actors, and sumo wrestlers. Scenes from history and folktales, travel scenes and landscapes, flora and fauna, and erotica. The term yukio translates as picture of the floating world. So this is probably one of the most popular yukios I can think of. So I'm just trying to picture what a yukio that they sell at a show tent would look like. But I like this one. I want this one in my house. What the heck? Look at this. It's a skeleton. Look at the skeleton. Isn't he cute? That's so cute. Alrighty, so they're paintings on wood. It's a Yukio though. I don't think you'd buy it unless it's someone you really liked. On top of that, he is the handsomest man in the kabuki world.
そういえば金次もあんたのこと結構気に入ってるよな。
Speaking of, Kinji seems to like you a lot too. When did Kinji say he fell for me in that route? Does anybody remember? There are these short-haired Japanese dolls with blunt bangs that look super creepy. I totally missed that sentence until just now. Are you talking about the dolls that they had in their museum? Chrysanthemum is a flower though, right? Right. Huh? Really? I think he likes me a normal amount.
いや、金次、あんたにはかなり甘いよ。俺がお庭番に入った時とは全然態度が違う。
Nope. Kinchi is pretty soft on you. His attitude is completely different when I entered the Onyoban.
俺の時は必要最低限のことしか話してくれなかったし、いきなり戦闘に投入されるし。言っとくけど俺、初仕事の打ち上げすらしてもらってないから。
When I joined, he only told me the bare minimum and he sent me into combat immediately. Let me tell you, they didn't throw me a party for my first job. Isn't that just Kinji changing how he acts depending on if the person is a human or a vessel?
そういえば、お庭番に女が入ること自体珍しいもんな。何かきっかけがあったら、うっかり恋仲に発展しちゃったり。
Speaking of which, it's pretty rare for a woman to enter the Oniwa-ban. Who knows? He might accidentally steal your heart away. The Okiku dolls? Oh, okay. Which I play a lot of Japanese horror. I've seen them. Do I know them by name? Not usually, but... I want to make... Oh gosh, I can't think of the name, but it's those little wooden dolls. Usually you put like a wish inside. I want to make one of those.
はあ、そうなったらどうしよう。3人で任務するときとか絶対気まずい。それにこんな風に遊ぶこともできなくなるだろうし。
I love Ohtaro because he's like me. He's overthinking things right now. If that happens, what'll I do? It'll be so awkward when the three of us have missions and we probably won't be able to have fun like this again.
それはちょっと嫌だな。
Oh, that would suck.
あ、今笑っただろ。
You laughed just now, didn't you? Because you're saying such weird things, Ohtaro. You're coming up with this scenario yourself and it making yourself sad. Yukio is like souvenir, and Kinji's pretty. I'm just look up to him as a woman.
本当?
I think that's quite literally what he's afraid of. I mean, look up to him as a friend would sound less weird than as a woman, especially since, like, do you see me as a man all the time? Really? Yeah, and Kenji doesn't think of me that way. He's a vessel, so I don't think he has any interest in romance.
あ、そっか。
Right. Then, Otaro's expression softened immediately. Strangely enough, it seemed that he didn't think of this that possibility until I pointed it out. It's more fun being with you, Ohtaro. If it was with Kinji right now, I'd be so nervous that I wouldn't be able to talk properly. Yeah, but he's hot, so like, I mean, they're both hot. I don't actually, I like Kinji and Ohtaro. I don't know if I could pick one. I haven't finished his route yet. Who knows? It could change.
どうして?
Why? Because Kenji is someone of the highest standing. Someone of a higher standing than me, like Kyoshiro or Miyashi. I can't talk to them so casually. Ohtaro feels more like a younger guy friend, not a love interest. I don't know. Maybe it's because I like his personality. Like, I like the I'm your buddy vibe. I'm the kind of person, when it comes to actually dating, I don't go on dates. That sounds weird, but like, I don't know. I like developing. So friendship is stage 1, honestly, in my brain. So I feel like this is the perfect way to start a friendship. Let's hang out. Let's watch a movie. Let's chillax. Until it turns into a relationship. My phone just turned on. So I'm happy that I'm able to have fun with you like this. It's like we're friends. Like you're in the friend zone.
友達?
Friends? It was a statement that required quite a bit of courage. It might be meaningless to say something like that to a vessel, but that was precisely why I thought that I should communicate my feelings. Is it that strange that I think of you as my friend?
いや、そんなことない。
No, not at all. He wants you to like him, my guy.
友達か。言われてみると、
Does it,
結
Ohtaro?
構嬉しいかも。
Friend, huh? At least he doesn't feel like Mathis. Mathis felt like a literal baby, and I felt weird playing that route the entire time. He gives me, I think I said this, the twins from Orion Host Club. This is what he reminds me of. And is that picking up? My thing keeps rubbing against this. Okay, no, it's not picking up. I can hear it in my head, though. A friend, huh? I think that makes me happy to hear. After muttering to himself softly, Ohtaro looked down as if he was thinking about something. He immediately raised his face again and...
いいぜ。それじゃあ俺たち友達な。またこういう機会があったら遊ぼうぜ。
Alright, we're friends then. If we have a chance like this, we should hang out again. Yeah. I'm so glad I summoned the courage to say it. I could feel my heart grow warm at Otaro's smile, which was so full of energy. After we enjoyed the show tent as much as we could, we once again returned to the meeting spot near the prison house. Perhaps because the number tickets had all been handed out, the huge crowd of people was completely gone now. As he waited there, I could see Kenji walk towards us from the street that led to the entertainment district. I really don't know what the "as he waited there" said, but I probably meant we.
遅いぞ、キンジ。
You're
俺
late,
たちの番、
Kenji?
もう次だぞ。
Our turn's coming up next.
お待たせして申し訳ありません。少々稽古が長引いてしまいまして。
I apologize for the wait. Rehearsal dragged on a
そういえば
little.
二人はこれまでどう時間を潰していたんですか？
Speaking of, how did you two spend your time until now?
それなら大丈夫。こっちはこっちで楽しませてもらったから。
That sounds creepier. He's making this sound creepy. There was something I was looking for. I've already forgotten what it was. This does sound like me. I'll figure it out later. Don't worry about that. We had our own fun, right, Leah? Yeah.
一緒に過ごしていたんですか？随分と仲がよろしいようで。
You spent it together. It seems the two of you have become quite close.
大変だ大変だ
Oh no, this is terrible! A man came running from the direction of the prison house at max speed. From his clothing, it seemed that he was someone who worked at the prison
どう
house.
したのですか？想像し。
Is the meaning of this?
それがその
That's,
下手人が姿を消してしまったんです
the culprit disappeared. Wait a second, I was next! What? My thoughts ground to a halt at the completely unexpected statement. I could understand the words, but I didn't want to comprehend it. I could do nothing but blankly stare at that person's face.
下手人とはまさかルリコさんのことではないでしょうね。
The culprit? You don't mean to say Ruriko, do you?
それがそのまさかでして
Unfortunately, that's exactly who I mean.
は？それどういうわけ？面会した人に逃がされたってこと？
What are you talking about? Like a visitor helped her escape?
そうではないと思うんですがいやどうなんでしょうね
I'm sitting on this because it is kind of warm in here. This jacket is like 3 times too big. I made the mistake of underestimating how big I needed to get to make this baggy on me. And I went 3 sizes, maybe even more actually. Let me think. I usually get, this is a men's size. I usually get medium. It's a 2XL, large X. Yeah, 3 sizes too big. And I did it because I wanted it to be baggy, she says as she knocks her mic. And it's so baggy. But I feel like I'm ruining it because it's so big. That's not what I think happened, but now it's
面会
possible.
の際、誰か立ち会っていなかったのですか？
Was no one watching over the visit?
自分が座敷の外で見張っていましたですが下手人が消えたのは面会が終わってからのことでして
I was standing guard outside the room, but the culprit disappeared after the visit.
事情はわかりました。ひとまず彼女のもとへ案内してもらえますか？
I understand the situation. For now, could you guide us to where she is?
はい
Yes. Where she is, she's missing. He just said she's missing. What do you mean, guide us? Feeling stunned, I chased after everyone. But like he said, there was an empty room before us with not a single person inside. The real investigation of the parlor cell, parlor, it was right. Parlor cell started after we met up with Yobura.
状況を説明してもらおうか。
Could you explain the situation? Yobura asked as soon as he saw us, and Kenji nodded as if it was business as
本日
usual.
ルリコさんと面会できた人物は全部で13名だったそうです。
There was a total of 13 people who met with Uriko
面
today.
会中、見張りは上がり座敷の外で待機。
One quick second.
終了時刻になったら座敷へ入り、 知らせ
not
に行く
leaving the
形
room
な
and
のだ
just
とか。
fixing my top a little bit. But modestly. Okay. During the visit, the guard stood outside the parlor cell. He would enter. No, I'm right. Parlor cell. He would enter the room when the time was up to let them
ただ
know.
今回の場合は終了時刻になる前に面会者が出てきたようですね。それを見送った後、見張りが座敷の中を確認してみたとこ
But
ろ、
this time, the visitor left before time was up. After he saw him off, the guard went inside the room to check
ル
and
リコが消えていたというわけか。
Ririko had vanished, I assume.
Yeah.
She is a form folk, so it sounds like she was taken. So it
ルリ
seems
コ本人が自分の意思で逃げ出したのか、それとも誰かにかどわかされたのかは分かっていないんだな。
why on earth were they letting them in the actual room with her and not like actively being inside with her as well? Why would they let anybody be in the room alone with her and not actually have their eyes on her at the whole time? And if someone left early, why would they not check immediately after? So no one knows if Uriko escaped of her own will or if someone took her?
はい、今の状況では何とも。
Yes, we cannot say for sure under these circumstances.
そうなると、怪しいのは面会者だな。死亡者でなかったとしても、何かを目撃している可能性が高い。
In that case, our prime suspect is the visitor. Even if they weren't the mastermind, there's a high chance they witnessed something.
おい、そこのお前。ルリコがいなくなる直前まで、面会していた者をここへ連れてこい。
I swear when the guy says that they don't know where the person is, I'm gonna be so mad. You there, bring us the person who was visiting Riko right before she disappeared.
はい。
Yes. Asked by Yubuta, the guard immediately ran out. While the two were summarizing the events, Ohtaro and I were checking the parlor cell ourselves. It's a really clean room. I'm concerned that there aren't any personal effects even though Ririko was here for a while.
まあ、人を捕らえておくだけの場所だからな。そんなに居心地よくしてもらえるわけないって。
It's just a place to hold someone captive. There's no way they'd make it that comfortable.
でも、壁や床にもおかしな点はないな。ルリコはどうやって外に
Well,
出たん
she's
だ
a form folk, and if you destroy her tablet, she turns back into the item she was, which in Nuriko's case, I don't actually know if I knew what she was made out of. I don't see anything strange on the walls or the floor. How did Nuriko get outside? It doesn't seem like the bars are easily removed, and the key to the bars were still outside the room. It should be impossible with normal methods. Huh?
どうしたんだ
What's wrong? It felt like there was something familiar on the edge of my vision. It took a closer look to confirm what it was, and like I thought, emotional imprints.
マジでどこ
Really? Where? In the keyhole of the bar. Still, there are only a few threads. Are these Yuriko's? I tried to touch the emotional imprints, which were tangled around the bars like vines, but even after doing that, it was impossible to determine who they formed from.
まあ、同じ人が何度でも酔いかかせるご時世だしな。ルリコの残留思念だったとしても、おかしくはないんじゃない
People are transforming into Blightfalls multiple times nowadays. It wouldn't be strange if they were Riko's emotional imprints. That's true. This meant that these emotional imprints may not serve as a clue. As I stared at them, feeling slightly disappointed.
お待たせしました。彼が直前まで下手人と面会していた方です。
Apologies for the wait. This is the man who was meeting with the culprit right before she vanished. The guard returned with a man. To my surprise, that person was her fiancé.
タツさんじゃん
It's Tatsu.
どうもお久しぶりです
Hello, it's been a while. The last time we met like this was the day that Uriko was arrested. Tatsunosuke looked completely depressed. He simply glanced at us for a second and kept his head down, looking melancholic.
最近全然娯楽街に来ないから心配してたんだぜ。元気あれからルリコとは話せたの
I've been worried. You haven't showed up in the entertainment district lately. You doing okay? Have you been able to talk to Ruriko since?
ええ、まあ。それより、ルリコが消えてしまったというのは本当なんですか？
Yes. Well, more importantly, is it true that she vanished?
間違いありません。直前に面会していたのはあなただったそうですが、何かおかしな点はありませんでしたか？
There's no mistake. We heard that you were the one visiting her right before she vanished. Did you notice anything peculiar?
いえ、特には。ルリコも普通に話してくれましたし、私が出て行くまでちゃんと座敷の中にいましたよ。
No, not really. I had a normal conversation with her and she stayed in the room until I left.
あいつとはどんなことを話した？
What sort of things did you discuss with her?
それは、猫又小僧事件のことや今後のことなどです。彼女も反省しているようで謝ってくれました。
We talked about the Nekomate boy case and our future. She seemed regretful and apologized to me. So in the end, what are you going to do about redeeming her freedom?
私の意思は変わりません。
My intentions are unchanged.
じゃあ、ルリコの方は？
So what about Ruriko? Ohtaro asked the question bluntly, and Tatsunosuke lowered his eyes, grimacing.
ルリコは自分が獄門になることを確信しているようでした。だから自分を身請けなんてしても意味がないと。
Ruriko seemed certain that she would be punished, so that there was no reason for me to redeem her. Did you accept that, Tatsunosuke?
そんなことできるわけないでしょ。確かにあの事件でルリコにはいろいろと驚かされました。人として許せないことも打ち明けられました。
The sentence itself in my head is just great. Of course I couldn't. It's true. Ruriko surprised me in many ways during that incident. She also confessed to some unforgivable things that I'm willing to forgive. It's like...
ですが、私はルリコを本気で愛しているんです。前からいろいろ考えましたが、それだけは間違いありません。
I truly, truly love Ruriko. I thought about things since then, but the fact is no different.
彼女がいないと、心にぽっかりと穴が開いているような心地になってしまって。
When she's not around, it feels like there's a void in my heart.
お願いです。ルリコを必ず見つけ出してください。
I'm
その
begging
ためな
you.
ら私は何だっていたします。
Please find Ruriko. I'll do anything.
タツさん。
Tatsu. We could only watch over Tatsunosuke as he lowered his head in depression. As that happened, the sleeve of his kimono rolled back and Tatsunosuke's wrist was revealed. It appeared completely unscathed. Tatsunosuke, the bruise on your wrist healed up. Huh? The last time I met, I saw a blue bruise on your wrist. It's completely healed up now.
あ、そうなんですよ。変な病気だったらどうしようかと思っていたのですが。
That's right. I was worried it was some strange disease. It seemed that he regained some calm from being given a completely different conversation topic. Tatsunosuke fixed his sleeve as he backed up.
とにかく、私が話せるのはこれだけです。もう、店へ帰ってもいいでしょうか。
In any case, this is all I can say on the topic. May I return to the store now?
ああ、問題ない。
Yes, no problem. Okay, so that means that the maiden thing isn't real anymore? Is that what's happening here? I'm confused. Yeah, no problem.
では、私はこれで。
Then I'll be heading out. Someone follow that punk. After muttering that, Tatsunosuke lowered his head and left the parlor cell. Perhaps it was because he was feeling down. His back looked much smaller than usual. Tatsunosuke and Ruriko got along so well together.
そうですね。もし今の話が本当なら、達之助さんが彼女を脱走させる動機はなくなりますね。
Honestly, I would say that's every reason. If he's afraid she's going to get punished, that'd be quite the reason to get her out of the prison. Just me? Okay. Indeed, if what he said just now is true, Tatsunosuke has no motive for letting her escape. Huh?
でもあの感じだと、タツさんの方はまだルリコのことを好きなんじゃないの？
My son, it seems there's something on your face. Okay. But judging by his attitude, doesn't Tatsu still love Ruriko?
そもそも、今の話が真実である証拠はないだろう。タツさんがルリコをかどわかした可能性だって十分に考えられる。
For starters, there's no guarantee that what he said just now was true, and there's still plenty chance that Tatsu's abducted Ruriko.
それにタツさんが良いかになっていたとしたら、さっきの証言は全く意味ないでしょ。
In addition to all of
良いか
that,
って欲望のままに動くだけだし。
how could 13 people be allowed to visit her today that don't even know who she is? Like, I want to meet this person. Like, I don't think they just let you visit people. I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking of hospitals. You can't just visit people in hospitals. You have to be family. Besides, if Tatsu had become a Blightfall, then his entire testimony just now is completely useless. Blightfalls move based on their desires.
それくらい分かっています。だから話が本当ならと最初に条件を言ったではありませんか。
I'm aware of that. Why do you think I added the condition if what he said just now is true?
それに怪しいのは辰之助さんだけではないですよ。見張りの男だって面会者がいない間は自由に上がり座敷を出入りできる立場ですし。
To add, Tatsunosuke isn't the only one who's suspicious. The guard could have gone in and out of the room at will when there weren't any visitors.
ああ、それもそうだよな。
That's true.
とりあえず辰之助と見張りの男には監視をつけておくか。それで出方を伺ってから判断しても遅くはない。
I'll have someone surveil. I'll have someone surveil. Oh man, Tatsunosuke and the guard. Why can't I think of the actual word? Surveillance? So like servile? Oh man. This is how you know it's been a long day. I'll have someone tell Tatsunosuke and the guard. It won't be too late to make our decision after observing their behaviors. While I was feeling emotional, it seemed that the members of the Onryoban were keeping a cool head about the case. It was as if they hadn't heard the same thing at all, and I felt conflicted at the flow of the conversation. However, objectively speaking, they were the ones who were acting appropriately as Onryoban. I should be careful thinking over the case too, but neither Tatsunosuke nor the guard's testimonies have any contradictions. I wonder why that is. If that was what I became concerned about while listening to everyone talk. I could understand why the two would be suspicious, but I felt like it was short-sighted to suspect them right from the beginning.
じゃあお前はどう思うんだ？
Then what do you think? Me?
そうだ。どう
Me?
して二人の
This
証言に矛
little
盾がないんだと思う？
bumpkin from the woods that lived in a shrine up
まず
until
は
like,
自分
I
で
don't
考
know,
えて
2
み
months
る。
ago? You want to know my opinion? That's right. Why do you think there aren't contradictions in their testimonies? Before you ask people questions, think for yourself first. What Yabuda pointed out was entirely correct. There was no room for argument. Upon hearing that, I thought as hard as I could about this case. Right, that's because... they both became Blightfall? What? How could you say they were both became a Blightfall? He didn't like that answer. If Ohtaro doesn't like the answer, I don't like the answer. But how did they become Blightfall? Is that her theory? An outrageous idea latched itself onto my mind. I see. It's entirely possible that both of them became Blightfall. In that case, they can match their stories, so it wouldn't be strange if there weren't any contradictions in their testimonies. I remember when I first received my explanation on the Blightfall, I was told that there were some Blightfall who could disguise themselves as humans. Even if such Blightfall existed, it would be difficult to see through their disguise from their appearance or threads. But after my thought got that far, I was suddenly hit with the realization. Wait, aren't I taking things a little too cynically? That would mean that I'm suspecting the both of them. In the end, the deepest part of me was unable to trust other people. Upon becoming aware of the part of myself, I fell silent.
おい、何を落ち込んでいるんだ。こっちは意見を聞いただけなんだが。
What are you looking so sad for? I'm just asking for your opinion. I'm sorry, it's nothing.
しかし、お嬢さんの疑問も一理ありますね。
Still, the little lady's question has some merit.
二人が真実を述べていた場合、ルリ子さんはどうやって上がり座敷から抜け出したのでしょうか。
If the two of them are telling the truth, how did Ruriko escape from her parlor cell then?
それさ、俺もちょっと考えたんだけど、ルリコ本人が酔いかかして消えちゃったってことはない？
I'm back, so what has happened so far? Honestly, nothing. They got tickets to go see Ruriko and visit her today, and then right before it was their turn, she escaped, question mark, question mark, question mark, and Tatsunosuke showed up, and he's all like, yeah, I didn't kidnap her, I just came to visit her, we talked about stuff, and the guards are like, yeah, the guy left, and Ruriko was gone suddenly, I don't know what happened. And apparently my character's just lost faith in humanity because I gave her the thought that maybe they both became Blightfall, and she's like, I can't trust anyone now, and then she wanted to cry. You know, normal stuff. Also, Jay thinks that Ohtaro feels more like a friend than a love interest. What are your thoughts? I've always thought about it a little. I've also thought about it a little, but maybe Ruriko herself turned into a Blightfall and disappeared. For a moment, everyone fell silent at Otaro's theory.
なんだって。
What did you say?
だってそうじゃん。今の世の中なら、またルリコが良いかになっていてもおかしくはないと思うんだよ。
I mean, think about it. In this day and age, I don't think it would be strange for Ruriko to become a Blightfall again.
その場合、逃げ出すのは楽勝だよね。
In that case, it'd be easy to escape, right?
タツさんか見張りの男を化かして、格子の鍵を開けてもらうだけでいい。
Not gonna lie, you agree? You don't think this adorable person over here is dateable? That's so messed up. Someone's gotta love him. All she needs to do is trick either Tatsu or the guard and have them open the cage. The key's right there, after all.
確かにそれは一理ありますね。
You do have a point.
まあ、何にせよ。お庭版としては、様々な可能性を考慮して調査を進めるしかないな。
Boyfriend material? Ridiculous. Even though it's gonna turn out that he's like a Blightfall in vessel clothing. Jeez. In any case, the Onyoban has no choice but to keep multiple possibilities in mind as we continue our investigation.
自分と金次は辰之助と見張りを調べる。お前たち二人はルリコのことを調べてくれ。
Kinji and I will investigate Tatsunosuke and the guard. You two investigate Ruriko. How the fuck are we going to investigate someone who's missing? I'm still annoyed with him sleeping on the job no matter what. I need a better reason than that. He wasn't sleeping on the job. He was the one letting the monsters in. Sleeping was an excuse. He's an effing liar, okay?
自分で逃げたにせよ、さらわれたにせよ。あの女が最重要人物であることは間違いないんだからね。
It's fine. He came back in the end anyways. Our Hawk Boy's alive and he's dating Mimi now in a different universe. Whether she escaped on her own or was abducted, the fact is that she's the most important person to this case. Even if he did that, give me a better reason. Hey, he even said Mimi fell asleep, okay? Like, Mimi was asleep too. Yeah, Mimi, right? Remember when you fell asleep because I knocked you unconscious? Do you remember that, Mimi? Yabuna's words served as a reminder of our goal, and we all nodded. Did they? I mean, you sent me on a case where there's no body to follow. Once that was decided, doesn't this feel like it's way more fast-paced than any other route too? This is the second time where I've gotten like a paragraph. Is this a short route? Is Otaru's the shortest route of them all or something? Because they feel like they're rushing the shit. Once that was decided, we had to move quickly. After we left the prison house, Ohtaro and I immediately went to the red light district. Whether Rugiko had become a blightful or she was taken away for some reason, there had to be some clue left in her room, the brothel. However...
何もなかったな。ルリコの部屋にならさすがに何かあるかと思ったんだけど。
Nothing. I thought there'd be at least something on Riko's route. Hi, Sleazy. Hello. You're up kinda late today. There weren't many emotional imprints either. Taking into account that we're in the red light district, that was actually less than I expected. Riko had been living in the brothel up until she was caught as the Neko Mate boy. During that period, Riko must have been full of joy from her redemption being confirmed, so she must not have had a chance to feel any negative emotion.
おやあんたたちは
Oh, hi! Hi, big sis. How you doing, girl? You look great. Where's your blight fall outfit? Wait. Is she dating him in this story too, or no? Oh, you two are. As we descended from the second floor to the main hall, we encountered a courtesan relaxing leisurely. She must have been resting since the brothel was closed. For a second, I was captivated by the courtesan's otherworldly beauty. It's nice to meet you. My name is Leah.
俺は大太郎。ちょっと調べ物をするために邪魔してるよ。
I'm Ohtaro. We're dropping by for a bit to investigate some.
ああ親方が言っていたお客さんってあんたたちのことだったのかい私はお国よろしくね
So you're the guest that the boss was talking about. I'm Okuni. Nice to meet you.
それで用事とやらはもう終わったのかい
So, are you already done with your errands? No, not at all.
あんた、ルリコについて何か知ってることはない？どんな情報でもいいんだけど。
Is there anything you can tell us about Ruriko? Any information at all would help.
あんたたちルリコのことを調べていたのか
Yeah, Okuni, not you. Not this time. Oh, you're here to investigate Ruriko.
でも残念ながら話せるようなことは何もないねあの子が猫又小僧だったなんて知らなかったし牢屋敷に行ってからは顔も合わせていない
Unfortunately, I don't have much to say. I didn't know she was the Negomate boy, and I haven't seen her since she went to the prison house.
あの子のことで私が知っているのは毎日辰之助さんののろけを言っていたことくらいだよ
The only thing I know about her is that she was bragging about Tatsunosuke every single day. After she muttered that nostalgically, Okuni blew smoke out from the pipe she was holding. From the way she was talking, it didn't seem like we would get much detailed information from her.
ほう、そっか。まあ、そんなもんだよな。
I see. Well, that's to be expected. Okuni, thank you for talking with us. Also, Okuni, just curious, like, are you evil? You got a boyfriend? After that, we tried to speak with the other courtesans, but couldn't obtain much information. Perhaps there was no use in asking around for information in a place like this, but there was nothing else for us to do except slowly continue our investigation. Seven days later, that day everyone at Oyaban was to gather and report on what we found during the investigation. Did they give this guy a terrible route? Like, what the heck's going on? Riko's disappearance may have had some connection with the ongoing incidents of citizens turning into Blightfall, so this time it was decided the entire Onyoban would work together on the case.
それでは報告を頼む。
Then your reports, please.
はい。まずは受け待ち組から報告いたします。ただ、瑠璃子さんに関する情報は入手できていません。
This is the Samurai Town's team reporting first. Sounds like a sportscaster. This is the Samurai Town team reporting first, except we weren't able to obtain any information regarding Yuriko.
良いかは変わらず出現し続けていますが、
Over and out.
猫又小僧事件の発端が娯楽街であるせいなのか、武家の人間はあまり関心がないようです。
The Blightfall are still appearing, but maybe because of the Neko Boy case started in the entertainment district, the samurai families aren't too interested.
城下町でも同様です。こちらの住民は一応関心はあるようですが、噂程度の情報しか得られておりません。
It's the same in Castletown. The citizens here do have some measure of concern, but the only information we've been able to obtain are rumors.
娯楽街も変わりありませんね。
I'm afraid it's no different in the entertainment
こ
district.
ちらは遊郭を中心に調べていますが、瑠璃子さんの痕跡どころか、
We're
目
mainly
撃情報すら聞けていない状況です。
we're mainly investigating the red light district, but we haven't been able to find any witnesses, let alone any traces of Yuriko herself.
辰之助と例の見張りについてはどうだ？
How about Tatsunosuke and the guard?
監視も続けているが、特に成果はないな。両名ともごく普通の生活を送っている。
We've been continuing our surveillance, but there hasn't been much results. The two are living fairly normal lives.
そうか。
I see. Despite the fact we were putting in all this effort, ultimately the Onyoban weren't able to get any good information. I'd already been aware, but when it was this blatantly clear, it was hard not to feel dispirited.
目撃情報の一つも得られないなんて、一体瑠璃子さんはどうしているんだろうね。
I can't help but wonder what Yuriko is doing, considering we haven't been able to get a single eyewitness
監
testimony.
禁されているのか、それとももう殺されているのか、もしくは良いかとなって潜伏
Or
しているの
perhaps
か。
someone broke her tablet and she's just dead. Like, what? Perhaps she's imprisoned, or she's already been killed, or maybe she became a Blightfall and is hiding.
この中で瑠璃子を見つけ出すための案がある者はいるか？
Is there anyone here with a plan to find Yuriko? At that point, Kyoshiro turned and observed us as if trying to gauge our options.
あのさ、瑠璃子って人が良いかになってるかもしれないんでしょ？だったらおびき出すのが一番早いんじゃない？
This Yuriko person might have become a Blightfall, right? Then wouldn't it be faster just to lure her out?
人間や形人が良いかになった時って思考が極端になって表へ出てくることが多いでしょ？それを利用すれば。
When humans and farm folk become Blightfall, their thoughts and desires are expressed in extreme ways, right? If we can use that...
猫又小僧事件の時にやったことをまた瑠璃子に仕掛ける感じ？
Like,
あの時は盗みやすい店を作ったけど。
like what we did to Yuriko during Nekomate Boy case. So that time we made a store that was easy to steal from.
そうそう。俺は作戦に参加しなかったけど、そんな感じのことをしたんでしょ？
Yeah, I didn't participate in the mission, but you did something like that, right?
でもそれって瑠璃子さんが良いかじゃなかったら意味はないよね。あまり有効な手とは思えないけど。
That'd be pointless if Yuriko isn't a Blightfall, right? I don't think it's a very effective plan.
いや、発想自体は悪くない。
No, the idea itself isn't bad.
では、瑠璃子をおびき寄せる策自体は採用ということでしょうか。頭は、瑠璃子自身が良いかであるとお考えで。
Does that mean we will use the plan to lure out Yuriko? And if we do, are we to assume that you believe Yuriko herself is a Blightfall? Huh, Captain?
いや、そういうわけではない。ただ、良いかをおびき寄せる策を採用すると言っているんだ。
No, not necessarily. Only I'm saying that we should use the plan to lure out a Blightfall. A Blightfall, you say? Just a Blightfall?
ああ、なるほどね。
I see.
もしや、あれをやるおつもりですか？
Could you be planning on doing...
何？どういうこと？
I'm confused too, Ohtaro, if I'm being perfectly honest. What's going on?
例は少ないが、良いかはある程度の知能が存在するものならば、おびき寄せることができる。
There aren't many cases, but if the Blightfall has some measure of intelligence, then it's possible to lure them over.
それを実行すれば、良いかから情報を聞き出せるやもしれん。いや、運が良ければ、今回の下手人本人が来る可能性もある。
If we do that, we might be able to get information out of them. If we're lucky, there's even a chance that the very culprit themselves may come.
多少の危険は伴うが、今の状況なら十分やる価値はあるだろう。
There's no risk involved, but in this situation, it's definitely worth trying.
何？さっきから何言ってんの？そんなことができるなんて初耳なんだけど。
Hold up, wait a minute. Are you serious right now? Is that even possible? Why am I only hearing about this now?
私も聞いたことがないな。
I haven't heard about this before either.
それは当然でしょう。お庭版が結成された当初、数回やっただけですからね。
Of course you haven't. We've only done it a few times when the Onryo-ban was first created.
じゃあ、キンジはやったことあるんだ。
So you've done it before, Kinji?
ええ、まあ。
Well, yes. Kinji doesn't look too enthused. I wonder what's wrong. Then what should we do to lure out the Blightfall? At my question, Kyoshiro slowly nodded as if he was about to say something important.
百物語だ。
A round of ghost stories. Ghost stories? Oh my god! I love ghost stories! They're gonna turn the lights down low. Turn the lights off, but that'd involve getting up, and I'm so lazy these days. The plan was put into play a few days after that.
あとは別室の準備が終わるのを待つだけ？
So we're just waiting for preparations to finish in the other room?
そうみたい。
Apparently. The Onryo-ban who would be involved in the strategy were gathered in an empty house that stood in a deserted area. Because there was a barrier around the Onryo-ban base Blightfall, we're apparently unable to get close to it. As such, the higher-ups went out of their way to prepare this empty house, which would be perfect for the strategy. How can ghost stories call upon the Blightfall? I still don't quite understand.
夜中に階段を話していると、悪い霊が寄ってくるという話を聞いたことはありませんか？
It's said that when you tell ghost stories at night, it attracts evil spirits. Have you heard of it? Yes, I've heard of that.
実はその話、ある意味真実なんですよ。階段のような人の心を動かす話には、人々の負の感情を引き出す効果があるそうです。
That's actually true in some sense. Stories that rouse strong feelings, such as ghost stories, can bring out people's negative emotions.
それにより、良いかがおびき寄せられたり、良いかが誕生するというわけです。
And in turn, they can end up attracting or creating Blightfall.
人の念が意図という形で見えるあなたなら、その原理はわかるはずですよね。
You should understand the concept, considering you can see people's thoughts in the forms of threads. Kinji's explanation was very easy for me to understand. That was because I'd witnessed threads increase in a mass before with my own eyes. Thank you for telling me. So a round of ghost stories is like a ritual for creating emotional imprints.
簡単に言えばそうです。ただその他にも、百物語には呪術的要素が多く含まれています。それにより良いかと契約を結べるんですよ。
To put it simply, yes, but the act of telling ghost stories also includes many occult aspects. By doing so, you can even form a contract with the Blightfall.
しかし、わざわざ気候を集める意味は何だ？そういった原理ならば、心がある人間や形人が実行した方が効率的だと思うが。
But why are we going out of our way to gather vessels? If that's our theory, wouldn't you think it'd be better if people or form folk with hearts were here?
幸い今夜は良いかが落ち着いているとはいえ、今の江戸の状況から考えると、 我々が一箇所に集まっているのは得策ではないはずだ。
We're lucky the Blightfall are calm tonight, but it isn't a good idea for us to all gather in one spot considering Ito's current situation.
それが困ったことに、百物語の成功率は注ぎの力が関係しているようなのです。ですので、
Unfortunately,
キコの数は多ければ多いほどいいんですよ。
sorry, Kenji. Unfortunately, it seems that the success rate of the ghost stories has to do with the snow sacrament's power. Therefore, the more vessels, the better.
京志郎さんには負担をかけてしまいますが、今日は町奉行の協力が得られるそうですし、あちらは任せて問題ないでしょう。
We'll be putting a lot on Kyoshiro's shoulders, but it appears that the city commissioner is also helping us today. There's no harm in leaving things to them for a while.
そういう事情があるなら仕方ないな。
In that situation, then I suppose we have no choice.
待たせて悪かった。
Ghost stories, let's
別室の
go!
準備を終わらせてきたぞ。
Sorry for the wait, we finished preparing the other room. Then Tojo and Tomonari entered the other room. With that, all the members for the ghost story had gathered.
ご苦労様です。100本きちんと火を灯してきましたか？
I just remembered something. I got... So the same person who gave me this, this is actually... So this is a fidget toy. I've had this on my desk for a year now because I got it last Christmas from my friend who got a 3D printer. And I literally said I want a little pink dragon for my desk. So she made me one for Christmas last year. She made me 2 bunnies this year. I forgot to bring them in here though. She's also the person who owns this game that I stole and forgot to finish in time. I didn't forget, I just didn't finish it in time. To give it back to her during the said Christmas party. So I have 2 new bunnies that are 3D printed like this. One is pink like this, if I recall, and the other one is like blue, but with like iridescent glitter in it. I left them in the living room though. They're gonna go on the desk in here. So I know she most likely made them for me to put on my desk because she already knew I wanted this for my desk. This is a lovely little fidget toy though. It does this. It can da-da-da-da. In my case, I just usually hold it in my hand and fidget like this with it. It's great and I love it to death. I'm so scared that I'm gonna break it someday. Which reminds me, the year of the dragon is coming upon us this year. It's so exciting, right? What's everyone's Chinese zodiac? Because I am a dragon, so I'm very excited the dragon's coming soon. Alright, good work. Have you properly lit all 100 of them? All 100 candles? Are you for real, Kenji?
はい、問題ありません。何度も数えたので間違いないと思います。
But yeah, I have new friends for my desk. They're still in the gift bag. She also got me a BT21 little plushie. Alright. Yes, there was no issue. I counted them several times, so there shouldn't be any mistake. Why does it have to be 100?
ありがとうございます。それでは、そろそろ始めましょうか。
This could be the strangest route we've ever gone down.
全員車座に座ってください。
This almost feels like it wasn't even meant to be a real story. They just decided they needed another route. What? Thank you very much. Let's get started. If everyone could please sit in a circle so I may explain the process. In response, the members of the Onyoban gathered towards the center of the room. In the middle of the room was a single candle casting a dim light.
まずはここで階段を一人一話ずつ話していただきます。100話すべて語り終えるまで次々と話者を変えて続けていってください。
We shall each tell a ghost story. I ask that we continue alternating the speaker until we finish reciting all 100, please.
そして1話を語り終えた者は他の者が話している間に奥にある別室へと向かってもらいます。
This is the weirdest thing you've ever told me to do, Kenji. Once you finished a story, go to the other room in the back while the next person tells theirs.
別室に到着したら、アンドンの中にある灯芯を1本抜いて火を消します。それからそばに置いてある鏡を手に取って自分の顔を覗き込んでください。
Oh my god, my speak. I'm screenshotting this because what? Apparently we're gonna tell 100 ghost stories, alright? This is happening.
それが終わり次第、またこちらの部屋へ戻り、自分の番が回ってきたら、再び怪談を語るだけです。
Once that is settled, simply return to this room, and when it is your turn, tell another ghost story.
そして、100本すべての刀身の火が消えたところで、儀式は完了します。すると暗丼の真上に
We have to
良
tell
い
a
かが召喚さ
100.
れるはずで
How
す。
long does it take to tell a ghost story? How long are these stories? Are they like 2-sentence horror stories? Is it like... Oh man, I can't even think of a 2-sentence horror story right now. Right? Like, you're like... My daughter asked me for a glass of milk, and then I remembered I don't have a daughter. You know, things like that. Like, is this the kind of ghost stories we're telling? Like, what's happening? When all 100 wicks are extinguished, the ritual is complete. The Blightfall shall be summoned above the lantern.
暗丼には白石の一族の糸が結んでありますので、それを切られるまでは良いかを縛ることができます。
A thread of the Hakuseki clan is tied to the lantern. Until it is cut, we can bind the Blightfall.
その間に嘘をつくなと前置きをした上で尋問すれば、良いかも素直に情報を吐いてくれるはずです。
During which, if we question the Blightfall after telling it not to lie, the Blightfall should divulge its secret without protest. How do you know? Like, how did you learn this? So this is not just telling ghost stories. There's also an aspect of testing your courage. What should I do? I'm becoming scared, and we haven't even started yet. That's good. Emotional imprints are what we want.
大丈夫？
Leah, are you alright? No. Perhaps he saw my expression was stiffening. Tomonari, who sat next to me, looked over with concern. Oh no, I made him worry. Yeah, somehow... What? But then I almost leapt out of my skin at the loud voice directed at me from behind. I immediately turned around and Ohtaro was looking at me with eyes even bigger than mine. It's just Ohtaro.
驚かせてごめん。あんたすげえ声出るんだな。
Sorry for scaring you. You made such a loud noise.
ちょっと大太郎ふざけるのはやめて。彼女が怯えているじゃない。
Come on, Ohtaro, stop messing around. Can't you see she's scared? She already knows what a monster looks like. Why is she scared?
だからごめんってば。そこまで驚くとは思わなかったからさ。
I already said I'm sorry. I didn't think she'd be that freaked out.
本当にごめんな。お詫びになるかはわかんないけど、ここで何かあったら俺が守ってやるよ。
Yeah, I'm really sorry. I don't know if it'll make it up for you to you for anything, but if anything happens, I'll protect you.
大太郎が一番危険だと思うけど。
I think you're the dangerous one here.
なんか言った？
What was that?
なんでもない。
Nothing. Maybe he thought it was useless to say anything more. Tomonari turned his face away as if sulking. But thanks to Tomonari and Ohtaro, my nerves might settle down a little.
さて、そろそろ始めましょうか。最初に話すものを決めたら、あとは車座の順番通りに回していけばいいでしょう。
Now then, it's about time to begin. Once we decide on who will be the first speaker, we simply follow the order of how we're sitting.
一番手は僕でいいですか？皆さん、怪談話の経験はないでしょ？
I'm gonna turn the lights off for the
お手
ghost
本を見せる
story.
ためにも
We'll
ちょう
see.
ど
We'll
い
see
いと
how
思うの
dark
で
it
すが。
gets. It might not be too dark. Let's find out. Actually, I'm gonna go on the BRB screen just because I might trip and fall on the way over there. I had an ottoman under my chair and I moved it, but now it's like taking up all the way over here. So if I die, you'll know. I also brought cookies back with me. The only problem with playing these games is I literally can't eat snacks because it's talking the whole time. Also, if you've never had these are called no-bite cookies. They look terrible in dark lighting, honestly. It's pretty much peanut butter, chocolate, and oats. And the reason they're called no-bake is because you quite literally mix it all up on the stove, and then you just dollop them out. And then they turn into this, and they're delicious. We made these ones for our Christmas party. I'm down to just like 3 left. They're actually really a hit at the party. Everyone really liked them. If you've never had them, I'd look up the recipe. They're super easy to make. Unless you're allergic to oatmeal or peanut butter. Okay, I've ate a cookie. I'm ready for ghost stories. Let's see if I turn my lights off for nothing. I don't know why, but for some reason I assumed the 100 ghost stories were prepared for them until this just moment. Shall I go first? I assume no one here has any experience in telling ghost stories. I think it'd be a good chance to show an example. Kenji's suggestion made a perfect sense to me, but Yoichi scrunched up his face in the middle in mild dissatisfaction.
手本なんて必要ないんじゃない？今回の作戦を実行するって聞いた時からそれぞれ情報収集は済ませているだろうし。
That made my character feel really bad. She's like, I didn't do any research. Do we really need an example? I'm sure everyone finished collecting their own intel once we heard that we would proceed with this plan.
さっさと自分の番を終わらせて休みたいから一番手は俺からにしてもらえない？
Let me be the first. I want to finish my turn so I can rest. Huh? But even if you speak first, it'll be your turn again pretty soon.
その後に連続して休めるんだからそれでいい。作戦の邪魔はしてないし別にいいでしょ。
My husband, your husband is over here being like, I want to go first so I can take a break. Whatever, I can sit back and relax after. It's not like I'm getting in the way of the mission, so it's fine, right? Well, that's true. Is he just extremely lazy? I don't quite understand him.
さて、どうしましょうか。
So what should we do?
私は何番目でも構わない。ただやるべきことをやるだけだ。
Let me sit between Kinji and Yoichi. I don't know if they said their sitting positions yet. I don't mind which order I'm in. I will simply do what I must. Oh, Kyuga. You're so noble.
じゃあ源十郎もちゃんと階段を仕入れてきたんだ。
Oh! Have you found some real good ghost stories?
当然だ。百物語をする上で最適な話はいくつも用意してきている。
Is this a normal game to play? A round of 100 ghost stories? I've never heard of this. I have been to a sleepover where we have told stories, you know, to just be annoying and give everybody nightmares before we went to bed. But like, I've never been like, all right, guys, everyone better prepare. Did you prepare your ghost stories? Even if all of our love interests are here, that's 2, 4, that's 6 guys. That's if they're all here. And I think they said that the captains didn't come, so that's 6 guys plus me equals 7. That's, oh my god, like 14 ghost stories a piece. It's a lot of ghost stories. Like, oh, thank you. How are we supposed to prepare 14 ghost stories each? Of course, I've prepared several. That would better be more than several. You should have prepared at least a dozen, Hyuga. Otherwise, you're going to start coming up with things. I prepared several that would be most suitable for doing a round of 100 ghost stories. Oh yeah, everyone's a vessel. Their memories are good, so they must have looked up a lot of ghost stories. There's probably a lot of scary ones.
僕も一番手に立候補しようかな。
I also volunteered to be the first one.
どうした？お前がやる気満々なんて珍しいな。
What's up with you? It's not often I see you get fired up.
怖いのが苦手みたいだから、和ませるためにも面白い話をしてあげたくて。ね、君もその方がいいでしょ
Leah doesn't seem to enjoy horror stories, so I want to tell some funny ones to ease her in. You'd prefer that, right? I wonder about that.
おいおい、それじゃあ百物語の意味がないだろう。良いかが呼び出せなかったらどうするつもりだ？
Whoa, whoa, whoa. What's the point of telling 100 ghost stories then? What are you gonna do if we can't summon a Blightfall?
大丈夫だよ。この儀式ってどっちかというと100本の火を消すのが重要なんでしょ？ちょっとくらい変な話が混じっても問題ないよ。
It's fine. Blowing out 100 candles is more important to the ritual anyways, right? Couldn't hurt to mix in a few weird stories.
いやいやいや、よくないだろう。作戦が無茶苦茶になるくらいなら俺がやる。よし、俺が一番手だ。
No, 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 no. That's not okay. If you're going to compromise the whole mission, I'll do it, alright? I'll go. I'm going first. Another volunteer.
みんなやる気満々なんだな。
Everyone's so pumped up. Ohtaro, aren't you going to volunteer? You seem like the type to throw in your hat in this situation.
心外だな。大切なのは順番じゃなくて話の質だろ。どうせ話す機会は巡ってくるんだから、のんびり行こうぜ。
That's unexpected. What's important isn't the order, but the quality of the story, right? Your turn's gonna come eventually, so let's just take it easy.
とりあえず、立候補者がたくさんいるなら、一番手はこの子に決めてもらうってのはどう？それなら全員納得だろ？
If there's a lot of volunteers, why don't we have Leah decide who goes first? That's something we can all accept, right? Huh? Me?
僕はそれでいいよ。
I'm fine with that.
それなら公平かもしれませんね。
That
お
would be
任せし
fair.
ます。
I suppose I'll leave it to you. It seemed that the others didn't have any objections as they looked at me while nodding. What should I do? Maybe I should simply choose the person whose ghost story I want to hear the most. Oh god, this is too many options. You can't let me have this many options. Tomonari, Kunitaka, Yoichi, Ginjiro, Kinji. Wait, Ohtaro isn't even on here. I can't even pick him. And I know he said he doesn't care, but I should still have him as a choice. Did I choose Kinji? I didn't mean to. Does it matter who I pick? Does this actually affect the story? Tomonari? Does this matter? I don't want to have to do every single person to see if I get anything pop up on my screen. Can we start with Tomonari?
任せて。
Yeah, leave it to me. I don't know. If we're gonna listen to ghost stories until morning, I want to start with the lighter one at least.
じゃあ、お庭版の拠点にある アンドンの話をしようかな。
But does it affect anything? Like, do I see snow or flowers on any of the routes? That's what matters to my soul. Imagine this being the thing that decides, like, the whole game. I guess I'll talk about the lantern sets in the Oniwa Bond's base. The lantern in the foyer?
そうだよ。あれってお庭版が作られた時からずっとあるものなんだって。
That's right. I hear that it's been there ever since the Oniwa Bond was
知っ
created.
てる？あのアンドン、明かりが勝手につくんだよ。誰も触っているところを見たことないのに。
Did you know? The lantern lights itself, even though no one has seen anyone touch it. This choice is probably not important at all. You say that. Huh? Now that he mentions it, I've never thought about the lantern before, because it's always lit by the time I notice it. I had taken it lightly because it was Tomonari's story, but unexpectedly it had a fairly terrifying start. On top of that, since it was about a place I actually lived in, it felt like it would have been a lasting impact of my
あれ
life.
ね、実は
The real story is
宮地さんがこっそり管理しているらしいよ。
Miyagi is secretly taking care of it. Huh?
まさかだとは思うが、それがオチなのか？
Surely that can't be the ending.
うん。これ以上引き伸ばすような内容はないよ。それくらい聞いていればわかるでしょ？
Yep, that's pretty much the end of the story. Did you really think there was going to be more?
まあ、確かにそうだが。
No, but the group fell silent at the straightforward story. It wasn't a ghost story, even a humorous one, so no one was sure how to respond. Forget all that. What do you mean that Miyagi is maintaining the lantern? That's the first time I've heard of it.
宮地さん、ああいう細かい作業が好きなんだって。油をこまめに足したり、手入れをしたり。アンドンだけじゃなくて、他にもいろいろやっているみたい。
I hear Miyagi likes that kind of detail-oriented work, adding oil little by little or doing maintenance. He does other work too, not just the lantern. Huh? Other? Like what, for example?
君の部屋以外、全部。かまどや内風呂みたいな面倒なところも、任務の合間に掃除しているって聞いたよ。
Everything aside from your room. I even hear that he cleans annoying places like the hearth and the bath in between his missions.
一月に一度、奉公人が掃除しているのにか？
Even though a servant cleans them once a
まあ、そ
month.
こはもともとお庭番の拠点だから、掃除くらいしててもおかしくはないと思うが。
I mean, that place has always been the Onyo-ban's base, so it wouldn't be weird if we cleaned it at least.
でも、もうこの子が住むようになったんだから、任せちゃえばいいじゃん。
But she lives there now. Why doesn't he just leave it to her?
だから、好きでやっているんじゃない？
Like I said, he's probably doing it because he enjoys it. I wonder... The house is so easy to live in despite its size. I couldn't find any dust no matter how much I clean, so I guess I just assumed it was an odd house that didn't need any maintenance.
あんた、それはいくらなんでも鈍感すぎ。
You're way too slow in the uptake. I can't deny that.
僕も女性としてどうかとは思いますが、それ以前に宮地さんの隠密力が高いせいもあるんじゃないですか？
Well, I do find your judgment questionable. Would that not have more to do with Miyagi's prowess and stealth?
ああ、似たような妖怪っていなかったっけ？枕返しとか小豆洗いみたいな、本当にどうでもいい感じの。
Wasn't there a yokai like that? Something really lame, like the pillow flipper, or was that the bean washer?
しかし、冷静に考えると不思議な人だな。家庭もあるというのに、どうやってそんな時間を捻出しているのだろうか。
Still, he really is a strange man when you stop and think about it. How does he find the time to do such a thing despite having a family?
謎が増えちまったな。
The plot thickens.
じゃあ、僕はそろそろ行くね。
Well, it should be about time for me to go. Wait, Tomonari! Tomonari, without showing any concern, continued out to the hall. Just what is Miyashi? As we casually continued telling our stories, it became the hour of the ox. The 100 ghost stories were progressing smoothly and we reached the halfway mark, the 50th story. I'm sorry, should I go back and do all the ghost stories? Should we read all the ghost stories? Should I do that later? I'll do it later. The 50th story.
じゃあまた行ってくるね。
I'll be headed off again.
よし、次は俺の番か。
Alright.
どうしよっかな。
It's my turn next. What should I do? After seeing Yoichi off, Ohtaro placed a hand on his chin to think for a moment. Up until now, Otaro's ghost stories were mostly ones he probably got from the show tent. But judging by his behavior, he might have ran out of stories.
もし思いつかないようでしたら、順番を飛ばしても構いませんよ。
If you can't think of one, I don't mind skipping a turn.
いや、大丈夫だと思う。
No, I think we're okay. Who's we? Are you Venom? After nodding as if to convince himself, Ohtaro clapped his hands to fire himself up. Then he met each person's eyes as if judging their expression.
あのさ、みんな、キコがどうやって生まれるのか知ってる？
So, like, does anyone know how a vessel is born? He suddenly asked. At the very unexpected query, everyone's expressions turns from serious to baffled.
知らない。
I don't know.
そういうのあんまり深く考えたことなかったな。
I've never given it much thought. I looked at a Tomi Kitten's walkthrough part, optional, save Tomonari. Tojo, funny, Yoichi, scary, Kyuga, serious, Kinji, funny, and involves interacting with Otaru. The 100 scary stories. Ah, but it doesn't affect the story plot, right? So then we can go back and do them. I mean, I turned the lights off. I turned the lights off for scary stories. Let's go ahead. Let's do all the scary stories. We'll do them in order. And that will end on Kenji's, which involves Otaru anyways. I turned the lights off for scary stories. Let's read some scary stories. Funitaka. Tojo, could I ask you?
よし、任せておけ。
Alright, leave it to me. After hearing Tojo's long, shuffling statement, I couldn't help but want to pick him. Tojo, after falling silent for a little while, slowly leaned
こ
forward.
れは俺が実際に体験した話だ。まあ、信じるかどうかはお前たち次第だけどな。
There we go. Scarier in blue. This is a story that I've actually experienced. Well, it's up to you whether you believe it or not. What an atmospheric way to start.
それはある暗い夜のことだった。俺は武家町を一人で見回っていたんだ。
It happened on a dark night. I was patrolling Samurai Town alone.
そうすると、道の奥にぼんやりとした明かりが灯っているのが見えたんだよ。
As I
ゆ
was
らゆらと
walking,
揺れながら。
I could see a dim light glowing at the end of the road, flickering, waving. I don't know, I could do this.
きっと提灯の明かりだろう。夜中の武家町を出歩く人がいるなんて珍しいと思った俺は、すぐにその後を追った。
It must be the light of a paper lantern, I thought. It was rare for someone to walk around Samurai Town at night, so I immediately chased after it.
だけど提灯は俺が近づくとふっと消えてしまう。その代わりに少し離れたところで明かりが灯るんだ。
But as I got closer,
ま
the
るで俺を
lantern
誘い出すように。
suddenly vanished. Instead, another light lit up some distance away, as if it was trying to lure me out.
それを何度か繰り返すうちに、ある異変が起こって。
As that kept repeating, something strange happened. Chippy! Right then, the story was about to get interesting. A black shadow leapt out as if trying to take the spotlight. It was Komame. And the sudden appearance of an unexpected person, if she could be called one, everyone, including Tojo, stiffened up.
小豆どうしてここに拠点に置いてきたんじゃないのか
Komame? Why are you here? Didn't you leave her at the base? That's what I thought, but... Oh, wait, did you hide up my sleeve again?
Sure.
Yeah! What should I do? I didn't plan on taking her on such a dangerous mission. Komame, it's dangerous here, so hurry up and come... And then she's on top of Yoichi now. Wait! Perhaps she was excited from the different atmosphere. Komame darted rapidly around the room while avoiding my hands. She was so fast that just extending my arm wasn't going to be enough to stop her.
落ち着け小豆そのまま俺のところに
Calm down, Komame. Just come along to where I... Did someone give her crack? What is this? But then Komame did something astounding. I hate her. How could you hate my little friend? As soon as Tojo spread out his hand, Komame swiftly turned around and charged towards Kyuga. That little shadow that I could see even in the darkness had suddenly disappeared.
小豆一体どこに
Komame, just where did... I'm sorry, Kyuga. I think Komame went towards you just now. Do you know where she is?
やめろ着物の中で暴れるな
She's having a good time. Stop running around in my clothes. Imagine saying that to someone. Okay, I'm not mad at her. Shockingly, Kyuga was laughing loudly with a huge smile on his face. I had never seen Kyuga laugh like this before. As I sat dumbfounded at the surreal sight, Kyuga laughing, I don't mind. Yoichi carefully observed from the sidelines.
ああ、ひょっとしてあのスズメ、着物の袖から中に入っちゃったんじゃない？それがくすぐったいのかも。
Maybe it went inside the sleeve of his kimono. It might be ticklish.
そうだ頼むから早く取り出してくれ
That's right. I'm begging you. Hurry and take her out. This reminds me of that Family Guy thing where Peter's tickling Lois and she's like, quit it, like stop. But she's laughing because she's being tickled. And then she hits him with a frying pan. And he's like, you hit me with a frying pan. And she's like, I told you to stop.
源十郎お前よくも
Genjiro, how could you? As soon as he heard that, Tojo grabbed Kyuga's collar, his face furious.
どうしてだ俺だってまだ小豆とそんな触れ合いしてないんだぞなのになんでお前が
I haven't even had the chance to touch Komame yet, you...
落ち着け国高揺らしたせいでスズメが余計に暴れま
He's laughing, but he's in pain is the funny part about this. Oh my god. Calm down, Kunitaka, because you're shaking me. The sparrow's rampaging even more. Look at, he's shaking. He's shaking him.
小豆待ってろよ今助ける
She doesn't want you, bro. Tojo, you gotta get over it. There's some things you just can't have, and that's that bird's apparently. Komame, just you wait, I'll save you now. Tojo, not caring at all about Kyuga, continued to shake him. Is Komame alright being shaken around like that? Wouldn't it be faster if they took off his kimono? Like, that's what I was thinking. Like, take his kimono off, guys.
Sure.
Shut up! I'm sure Komame would like that too. Ah, Komame! But when I looked at my feet, Komame was there, proudly spreading her wings as usual. It seemed that she escaped without us noticing. Then, why is Kyuga...
大方、羽が着物の中に入り込んだとかじゃない？とりあえず、このままじゃ任務にならないし、そのスズメは俺が預かっておいてあげるよ。
A feather probably got stuck in his kimono. Anyways, there won't be much of a mission at this rate, so I'll hold on to the sparrow for you. Right? Thank you. Chirp, chirp!
はいはい、あんたはおとなしくしててね。
Alright, alright. You just stay put. Perhaps because she understood his words, Komame plopped herself down on Yuichi's lap as if she had never rampaged at all. Classic. And then, when Tojo and Kyuga calmed down, we sat in a circle once again.
騒がしくしてすまない。ああいったことは不慣れで。私もまだまだ鍛錬が足りないよう
Oh,
だ。
I feel so bad for him. I apologize for causing a fuss. I'm not used to such things. It seems my training was not enough. I was not prepared for sparrows. Training? Is that really an issue here?
国高、話は終わりでしょ。火を消しに行ったら。
Kunitaka, your story's over, right? Why don't you go extinguish the light? Yeah,
そうだな。
right. And then Tojo, while still looking fatigued, went outside to the hall.
話終わってないよな。
His story wasn't finished, was it?
まあ、細かいことはいいでしょう。
Well, let's not fret over the details. I wish I'd noticed Komame before I came here. Is it still the hour of the ox? Yeah, alright, let's load up the next story. Alright, Yoichi, let's go. Could I ask that we start with Yoichi?
Iyo.
Sure. Though he said he wanted to rest, I rarely see Yoichi volunteer to do something. I wonder just what kind of story he plans to tell. As I looked at him with anticipation in my eyes, Yoichi recrossed his legs with a relaxed expression.
これは奉公先に来たお客の旦那から聞いた話なんだけど、
This is a story that I heard from a customer at my workplace.
その旦那には昔優しい嫁がいたんだって。生まれつき醜い外見をしていたけど、心根はすごく綺麗で素敵な人だったらしいよ。
This just gave me like a, I don't know, core memory moment. There was a long time ago, we had a tape, like a CD, not a tape, a CD that had scary stories on it, or maybe it was a tape. It was a long time ago. And one of the stories was about like this old woman crawling upstairs, and like it was like, I'm on the first step and I'm coming up to get you. And then it just keeps going, and like I don't know why, but scary stories make me think about that. And since I keep listening to them, dang, I wonder if I can find that. The gentleman said he had a kind wife in the past. She was ugly, but she apparently had a beautiful soul and was a wonderful person. It's me.
だけど、人間って残酷だね。毎日毎日顔を合わせているうちに、その人、嫁の醜さに耐えられなくなったんだってさ。
But humans are cruel. As they faced each other day by day, he could no longer stand his wife's ugliness.
で、ある日魔が差して、嫁を川に突き飛ばして殺してしまった。
One day, he gave in to temptation and killed his wife by shoving her into a river instead of just leaving her.
もちろん遺体は川に流れていったから誰にもバレていない。だからその旦那も時が経つにつれて罪悪感が薄れていったみたい。
The body flowed down the river, so no one found out, of course. And in time, it seemed that the husband started to feel less guilty about it.
だけど、それからというものの、旦那が新たに上なりを迎えるたびにおかしな事件が起こるようになった。
Every time? How many times? But after that, every time the husband married a new wife, strange things began to happen.
何人迎えても、どれだけ気をつけても、上なりはすぐに命を落としてしまうんだ。
I can't imagine this guy having that many options, but alright. No matter how many times he remarried, no matter how careful he was, his wives would always die shortly after.
これも最初の嫁の呪いだ。俺はあいつに恨まれている。そう言って旦那は、うちの奉公先でガタガタ震えていたよ。
This is the curse of my first wife. She despises me, the customer said as he shook and trembled at my workplace.
でも、喉元過ぎれば暑さを忘れるって言うよね。
旦那は懲りずに最近また新しい上なりを迎えたんだって。
But as they say, out of sight, out of mind, the husband hadn't given up and recently married another new wife.
で、ここからが本番。たまたま城下町の見回りをしていた最中、旦那の家のそばから変な音が聞こえてきたんだ。
Now here's where it starts. While I happened to be patrolling Castletown, I heard a strange noise coming from the side of that customer's house.
何かと思って覗き込んでみれば、そこでは異形と化した旦那が上なりを絞め殺しているところだった。
Curious, I decided to take a closer look. And there the husband stood, turned into a monster, strangling his new wife to death.
さすがにここまで言えばわかるよね。これまでの上なりの不審死も呪いなんかじゃなくて、旦那自身がやっていたことなんだ。
I'm sure you get the picture now. It wasn't some curse that killed all his past wives. It was the husband himself that was killing them.
最初に嫁を殺してしまった罪悪感から、旦那は良いかになっていたんだよ。
The guilt of killing his first wife had turned the husband into a blightfall.
一応その場で注ぎをして正気に戻すことはできたけど、その次の日、旦那は水死体で発見された。
I performed the snow sacrament there and returned to sanity, but the husband turned up as a drowned corpse the next day.
罪悪感から自ら身を投げたのか、それとも本当に呪いだったのか、その答えは今になってもわからないままだ。
Did he throw himself into water from the guilt? Or was it really a curse? To this day, no one knows. And then Yoichi looked around as if gauging everyone's reaction. No one attempted to say anything. It was so silent that anyone would have hesitated to speak up. Yoichi gave a satisfied smile before he stood up
こ
slowly.
れで話は終わり。火を消しに行ってくるね。
And with that, the story is finished. I'm going to go extinguish the light. Then Yoichi left for the hallway, his footsteps sounding out
なか
steadily.
なかやるじゃん。
That was pretty good. Everyone nodded as one at Otaru's assessment. Dear God. Yeah, his was gory. Alright, let's go to Kyuga. And then we'll go and end on Kinji. Dang, that one was dark. That was a dark, scary story. I love his story. Honestly, I like how he just ends it with like, and that's it. Alright. Deuces, I'll be back. Genjiro! Hyuga, if you would.
ああ、
Yes.
任せておけ。
Leave it to me. Hyuga is a serious person, so he'll probably tell an old-fashioned ghost story. He's the perfect first speaker for a round of 100 ghost stories.
では、私からは
Is
妖怪について語ら
this
せ
the
てもらう。
thing, right? A round of 100 ghost stories. Allow me to speak of yokai. Yokai?
六六首や雪女、それに無地な。お前たちも名前くらいは聞いたことがあるだろ
Oh my god. Rokiro Kubi and Yuki Onna, as well as the Majina. I'm sure you lot have heard of their names.
う。実はその逸話の元となっているのが、良いかではないかという研究が、お庭版でもなされているのだ。
In fact, the Onuaban have been researching whether these legends are based on the Blight
良いか
Fall.
にも、人間に擬態できるものがいるだろう。あれが人に目撃されることによって、勘違いされてしまった
Is
説が
this
ある。
even a ghost story? Is he just telling me facts? There are Blightfall who can disguise themselves as humans, yes? One theory suggests they were misinterpreted by the people who witnessed
例
them.
えば、六六首の伸びた首は、人間から良いかの姿へと変化しようとしている瞬間を目撃されたものだと言われている。
For example, the long neck of the Rokuro Kubi is because someone witnessed the moment a human was transformed into a Blightfall. I see. This might be a pretty interesting story. Then what kind of Blightfall is it, Yuki Onna? Unlike other yokai, they look completely human.
雪女か。 あれは人間としての姿を保ったまま良いかになったものだと言われている。
Yes, the Yuki Onna is said that they are Blightfall who have maintained their appearances as humans.
稀にいるんだ。醜い姿に変じることもなく、良いかとしての力を自在に操れる良いかが。
They appear on occasion. Blightfall capable of using their powers as Blightfall without transforming into an ugly form.
そういった良いかは普通のものよりも数段強力なことが多い。そうなるためにはいろいろと条件があるようだ。
Those Blightfall are often several times stronger than average. There are several conditions required in order to achieve that.
なあなあ、これって階段か？
Hold up, is this really a ghost story?
違うでしょ。源十郎が師匠をやってる寺子屋みたいな感じ。
Of course not. It feels like a temple school with Genjiro as the teacher.
こら、任務中なんだから真面目に聞け。百物語は雰囲気も重要なんだぞ。
We're in the middle of a mission. Listen carefully. In order to tell a good ghost story, you have to have the right mood.
たとえ源十郎の話がクソ真面目で面白くなくても、俺たちがそれっぽい空気を作れていれば問題な。
No matter how dead serious and boring Genjiro's story might be, as long as we try to create a ghost story like...
国高、静かにしてくれ。
Kunitaka, be quiet.
え、なんで俺？
Why
お
me?
前の声が一番うるさい。
Your voice is the loudest.
ええ
What? Poor Tojo. I'm not surprised that he can't tell a ghost story. Yeah, he's like... I don't know if saying he's the most boring is right, but like he's just too serious for it.
まあいい。話も終わった。私はもう行かせてもらう。
Well, whatever. My story is finished. I'll be headed off now. After saying that, Kyuga left for the hallway looking somewhat exasperated, the poor man. After he left, an indescribable air filled the
任
room.
務の説明を聞いているみたいだったね。
It felt like listening to a briefing on a mission. Right. I don't know if it fits a round of 100 ghost stories, but it was interesting. All right, last ghost story, and then we'll continue with the real story. Kyuga, I love you, but that's not a ghost story. Man, he's reading from like a book. Ah, this is what people consider scary. All right. What should I do? Maybe I should simply choose the next person. Yeah, we're gonna pick Kinji. Could I ask that you start?
いいでしょう。皆さんにお手本を見せてあげますよ。
Very well. I'll show everyone here an example. Kinji has experienced the ritual before, and he understands the flow of things the most. And it would be interesting to hear an actor's ghost story.
そうですね。すべての始まりは、次の公演で皿屋敷を演じることが決まったところからでした。
It's just gonna be terrible. Oh god. Let's see. Everything started when we decided to perform Sarayashiki for our next performance.
皿屋敷とは、主家の皿を割ったために殺されてしまった奉公人の亡霊が化けて皿の枚数を数えるという話です。
Sarayashiki is the story of a servant who was killed after she broke one of her master's plates. She then turned into a ghost and kept counting the plates.
それに備えて修練を重ねていたとき、たまたま夜中に芝居小屋へ入ると、不思議な声が聞こえてきたのです。
As we practiced in preparation for the play, we would occasionally hear a strange voice when we entered the theater house at night.
1枚、2枚、3枚。そう。まるで本当にお皿を数えているような声が。
1, 2, 3. Yes, it was as if the voice was truly counting plates.
それを聞いた瞬間、僕は迷うことなく芝居小屋の奥へと向かいました。 芝居の影響を受けて誰かが良いかになった可能性もありましたから。
As soon as I heard that, I went to the back of the theater house without hesitation. Someone could have become a Blightfall after being influenced by our play.
すると真っ暗になった楽屋に誰かが佇んでいたのです。
Kinji, you broke a cup when we talked to you in the common route. Of course, it has to be a ghost story about breaking stuff. He's just giving it a reason, okay? But when I did so, someone was standing in the pitch black dressing room.
そこにいたのは座長でした。備品の皿を数えながら、何度数えても1枚足りない。心当たりはないか。
Was the troop leader counting the prop plates. And he told me, no matter how many times I count them, there's one missing. Do you know where it is? Could the troop leader be a Blightfall? I kept getting pulled into the slow and suspenseful way he talked and leaned forward. I also like the way he talks. But
なぜバレたのでしょう。
how did he find out?
完璧な隠蔽工作をしたはずなのに、僕が備品の皿を割ったことが知られてしまっている。
My cover-up should have been perfect. Yet he knew that I broke one of the prop
つまり
plates.
僕の仕業であることを突き止め、座長へ売った人物がいることになります。
Which meant someone found out what I'd done and sold me out to the troop leader. The story's taken a weird turn. But because of Kinchi's intense storytelling, it didn't seem appropriate to say anything. We had no choice but to see the story through to the end without saying a word.
キクリアのものはありえないでしょう。十分に教育してあるので、そんなことをすれば僕にお灸を据えられると知っているはずです。
When he was talking about breaking plates, I was thinking, did he break a plate? What's funny is because you just mentioned how he broke a cup too. I think they said he's really clumsy. So honestly, it makes perfect sense. It could not have been someone from Kiruria. I've educated them very well, and if they did such a thing, they know I would rake them over the coals.
そもそもキクリアにいる者は戦いの素人ばかりなのですから、犯行を目撃されたらすぐに気づけたはず。
The people of Kikoria are all novices in combat. After all, if my crime had been witnessed, I should have immediately noticed.
ということは、キクリアの中に出入りできる
It was
ま
Ohtaro
た
who
別の
snitched.
立場のものということになりま
Well, you
す。
said it involves him, so it has to be. Which means it must be someone of an understanding, capable of freely entering and leaving Kikoria.
こうなるとかなり数は絞れてきます。キクリアと提携している見せ物小屋の者か、お庭番の任務で同じ区画を担当しているものです。
That narrows it down by quite a lot. Someone who works at the show tents, collaborating with the Kikoria, or someone working the district of on Oniwaban
彼
missions.
らならばそこそこ自由に出入りできるはずです。その中で僕が皿を割ったところを目撃しておきながら安全に逃げはせるものと言って、
He would have to have some measure of freedom to come and go, and to witness me breaking the plate and still be able to flee to safety.
一人しかいませんよね。
There's only one possibility, isn't there? Kinchi's eyes were looking directly at Ohtaro. No way, Ohtaro!
大太郎、正直に答えなさい。あなたが座長に告げ口をしたのですか？
Ohtaro, be honest. Was it you who told the troop leader?
そんなわけないじゃん。俺キクリアになんて用ないし。
Of course not. It's not like I have anything to do with Kikoria anyway.
おや、おかしいですね。先日僕の新しい菊人形や浮世絵を作るために あなたも出入りしていたと思うのですが。
Oh, that's odd. Were you not there the other day in order to make my new chrysanthemum doll and Yukio?
あ、
The man chose to do the ghost story so he can find out who is the snitch.
まあ、あなたがそういうのでしたら信じましょう。
He's all like, I have the perfect idea. Let me go first. Well, if that's what you say, then I shall believe you. And then Kinji, with a smile that sent chills up my spine, slowly stood
で
up.
は、僕はそろそろ行きますね。大太郎、月夜の晩には気をつけなさい。
Then it's about time I take my leave, Ohtaro. I recommend you sleep with one eye open. He's so hot when he's scaring Ohtaro. I don't... They're like, evil Kinji! I didn't know I needed that. Muttering the last bit, Kinji left the room, leaving behind an indescribable and awkward atmosphere.
ああ、素直に認めておけばよかったのに。
Oh boy, you should have just
大太郎、
confessed.
お前、終わ
Ohtaro,
ったな。
you're done for.
なんで皿終わった金次が悪いんじゃないの？俺、座長に聞かれたから答えただけなんだけど。
What? Why? Isn't it Kinji's fault for breaking the plate in the first place? I just answered the troop leader because he asked me. Rip Ohtaro. While Ohtaro was panicking by himself, the rest of the group nodded keenly as if concerned about his future. It was scary, but in a much different sense. Okay. Ohtaro clapped his hands to fire himself up, then he met each person as if judging their expression.
みんな、
Okay, how vessels are born.
知らない。
そういうのあんまり深く考えたことなかったな。
知る意味も知る必要もないからな。
Never gave it much thought. I suppose there's no reason nor need to know.
そうかな。でも、知る権利はあると思うよ。
Really? But I think you have the right to know.
さっきからよくわからないことを言っていますね。そもそもキコにはそんなことを教えられていないはずですが。
You've been saying some bizarre things for a while now. For starters, vessels should not have been taught that knowledge.
それが、たまたま知っちゃったんだよね。貴子生成の儀式のこと。
Well, I just happened to find out about it, about the ritual to create a vessel.
みんなも知っての通り、貴子は道具から生まれるだろ？だけど不思議なことに、俺たちの肉体は形人よりも人間に近いものになってる。
Kinji's 100 ghost story part is my favorite, not because he is hot and he is my husband. Okay. Sure. Not because of those reasons. Sure. Not because you're like, he's a little bit scary now. Kind of like that. Sure. As we all know, vessels are born from a tool, right? But strangely, our bodies are closer to a human's than a form folks.
でもそうだとしたら、この肉体はどうやって作られたんだと思う？
But in that case, how do you think this physical body was created?
血も通っているし、臓腑だってある。それに形人みたいに姿を自在に変えることもできない。こんな複雑な体、どうやって作るんだって思わない？
Blood goes through our veins and we have organs. We can't change our appearance as at will like form folk. Ever wonder how they make such a complicated body? No one was able to answer Otaro's question. As Kinji stated earlier, it was probably because they didn't have the knowledge. The room was filled with the strange air Ohtaro had created.
でも、考えてみたら答えは簡単だった。俺たちの肉体は
But when you think about it, the
人
answer
間
is
のものだったん
simple.
だ。
Our bodies, they used to be human. What do you mean by that?
俺さ、見ちゃったんだよね。キコの肉体を生成している時に、 お庭番の人たちが遺体を運んでるところ。
I saw it, you know. I saw members of the Onuaban carrying in corpses when they were creating a vessel's body.
俺が言いたいことわかるだろ。俺たちの体は他人から奪い取ったものだったんだよ。
You know what I'm trying to say, right? Our bodies were taken from other people. The truth, told in such a grandstanding way, left me speechless. Is it true, though? But even during that time, Ohtaro continued talking smoothly as if to deal another blow.
だから俺たち、記憶も心も封じられてるんだ。下手に真実を覚えていると、思い通りに動かすことができないから。
That's why our memories and hearts are sealed. If we accidentally remember the truth, we won't be able to move our bodies at will.
なあ、自分が誰かの人生を乗っ取って生きている存在だとしたら、
How would you
どう思う？
feel? Knowing you existed because you took over someone else's life.
そんな自分を受け入れることはできる？
Would you be able to accept yourself? Ohtaro was calling into question the very meaning of a vessel's existence. Though I myself wasn't able to say a single word in response, it seems that everyone had different thoughts on the matter.
そんなこと言われてもな。
Hard to
別
say.
に関係ないんじゃないかな。自分がどんな存在だったにせよ、与えられた役割を果たすだけだよ。
I don't think it matters, though. No matter what I used to be, I only need to fulfill the role given to me.
私も友成と同じ考えだ。そんなことを考えたところで何の意味もない。
I agree with Tomonari. There's no use in thinking about such things.
でもさ、
大太郎、あなたが何に興味を持とうと勝手ですが、仲間を危険にさらすような発言は感心しませんね。
Ohtaro, you're free to explore anything you desire, but I do not approve of statements that could put your friends in danger.
この話をきっかけに、心の封印が解ける機構が出たらどうするつもりだったのですか？あなたに責任が取れるんですか？
What would you have done had your story broken the lock on a vessel's heart? Would you have taken responsibility for that?
悪かったよ。だからそんな怖い顔するなって。
I'm sorry, alright? So stop looking at me like that. Everyone was continuing the conversation as normal, but I could not to do nothing except watch over them. When I thought about everyone, I didn't know what would be correct thing to say. If I was in the same position, I would feel torn and wouldn't be able to sort through my emotions.
何してんの？
What are you doing? Just then, Yoichi poked his head in from the hallway. It seemed that he had finished doing what he needed to do in the other room and had returned.
階段さっさと話さないと100回分終わらないよ。何があったわけ？
We'll never finish 100 stories if you guys don't hurry up. Did something happen?
いいえ、大したことではありません。ただ、キコの肉体の是非について少し話をしていただけです。
Nothing important. We were merely discussing the ethics of vessels' bodies.
キコの肉体？
A vessel's body.
陽一は知ってた？俺たちの体が死んだ人間から借りているものだってこと。
Yoichi, did you know our bodies are borrowed from dead humans?
は？何それ？そんなわけないじゃん。
What are you talking about? That's impossible.
でも俺は実際に見たんだけど。
But I really saw it.
それ見間違いじゃない？キコの肉体は陰陽師が神狩りの儀式をして作り出しているものだよ。
You must have misunderstood. A vessel's body is created when a soothsayer performs the Sinja ritual.
元になっているのは遺体じゃなくて片白。最初はただの紙だけど儀式を経て人間と似たような形に変化するんだ。
Yoichi, you're exposing yourself. How do you know? Do you remember? We're built from paper dolls, not corpses. We start as just paper, but as the ritual goes on, we take on a human-like shape.
儀式で作られた肉体はすぐに俺たちの元となる道具と結びつけられて、それぞれに合った外見に変わっていくわけ。
The body made during the ritual is immediately tied to the tool that we're made from, changing our individual appearances into something suitable.
だからキコの肉体は遺体なんかじゃなくて、俺たち自身のものだよ。
My thoughts when just loaded on my screen. A vessel's body isn't some corpse, it's actually us. Is that true?
嘘をつく意味ないでしょ。なんだったら川村たちに確認してもらってもいいけど。
Why would I lie? If you're that worried, check with Kawamura and the others.
じゃあ俺が見た遺体は？
Huh? What? Then what was that corpse I saw?
事件の被害者のものじゃない。今だって被害者の遺体を調べるときは拠点に運び込んだりするでしょ。
Probably the victim of some incident? Haven't you ever brought back a victim's corpse to the base to investigate them?
では大太郎の勘違いということでこの話は終わりでいいですね。
Shall we conclude this story as simply Otaro's misunderstanding?
そうだったんだ。みんな変なこと言っちゃってごめんな。
So that was it. Sorry for saying all that weird stuff, guys. It appeared as though we had reached a resolution in regards to how vessels were made. Everyone let Yoichi back into the circle, looking at each other with such peaceful expressions as if the conversation was a figment of my
で
imagination.
も陽一はよくそんなことを知っていたね。金次さんですら知らなかったのに。
I'm surprised you knew that, Yoichi. Not even Kinji
たま
knew.
たまだよ。昔後輩の帰国生成の儀式に鉢合わせたから教えてもらえただけ。
It was by chance. I once walked in on a junior's vesselization ritual, so they told me, that's all.
へえ、そうなんだ。
I see.
じゃあ俺
Honestly,
そろそろ
does it
行ってくる。みんなはそ
Why
の
would
ま
they
ま
keep
百
that as
物語
secret?
を続けてて。
I don't
本当にごめんな。
Ohtaro, I'm trying to have a thought here, but you were talking at like the same level as my voice, which makes it hard for me to be heard over you. Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I have my sound up really high on my headphones, but I don't think it should matter. Why would they keep that a secret from them? You're made from paper dolls. Boom. Anyways, I should go. Everyone's just continue on with the 100 ghost stories. I'm really sorry. Is Ohtaro gonna burn the building down now because he's so embarrassed? Ohtaro was about to leave for the hallway in Yuichi's place. His face seemed somewhat anxious, which was odd. Ohtaro, wait a second. Do you want me to go with you?
なんで？
Oh, why? No reason. I felt hesitant to tell him the real reason, so my words naturally trailed off. When I did that, Ohtaro made a bewildered face for a second before he immediately gave a wide
あり
smile.
がとう。じゃあ一緒に行こうぜ。
Thanks, let's go together. And then I left the room. Am I not telling ghost stories? The two of us walked down the dark hall side by side. No matter how many times I walk here, I can't get used to it. It's dark. One footstep. Our footsteps are echoing. It's all a little chilly. Though I was concerned about Ohtaro, I couldn't hide the fact that I was absolutely
全
terrified.
然喋らないけど、どうした？具合でも悪い？
Leah, you haven't said a thing. Is something up? Are you feeling sick? Nah, just a little cold.
ほーん。なら、これ貸してあげよっか？
Do you want to borrow this? Ohtaro was holding out a compact heat pack. Dang, did they have those in the Edo period? That's
こ
magical.
んなこともあろうかと思って持ってきたんだ。俺は今のところ必要ないし、これで温まってよ。
I thought something like this might happen. That's why I brought it. I don't need it right now, so warm yourself up with that. While saying that, Ohtaro handed me the heat pack. As I squeezed it tightly, the palms of my hands slowly became warmer. But when I looked at Ohtaro, he was rubbing his hands together as if he was a little cold. Thank you, but Ohtaro, you should use the heat pack.
ひょっとして遠慮してる？
Are you trying to be polite or something? No, that's not it. It's just your concern for me is enough to keep me warm, so I'm fine. Your concern for me is enough? What?
そっか。
Oh, okay. Otaru, though looking a little bit embarrassed, took back the heat pack without raising a fuss.
なら、代わりに手でもつなぐ？俺もそうしてもらった方が暖かいし、一石二鳥だよな。
Do you want to hold hands? It would be warmer for me that way too, so it looks like two birds with one stone. After he said that, Otaru tossed the heat pack into his inner pocket and held my hand. His hand moved into place so naturally that I couldn't even give a proper reaction. But the warmth I felt in my hand wasn't some fluke or trick of mine. The warmth was different from the heat pack. It was gentle. It felt nice. I haven't held hands like this with someone since childhood. I think it feels kind of strange. When I thought that, I felt extremely embarrassed.
さっきは変な話しちゃってごめんな。
Sorry for telling that weird story earlier. Earlier?
キコの体の話だよ。まともな会談にもならなかったし、みんなを驚かせただけで終わっちゃっただろ。
The story about the vessel's body, it wasn't even a proper ghost story. And all it did in the end was frighten everyone, right?
だから悪いことしちゃったなぁと思って。
I felt like I did something bad, you know? It's okay, I'm fine, and everyone else looks the same as usual. Besides, you told the story because you were concerned about it, right?
まあそれはそうだけど。
Yeah, but... When we got to the point in the conversation, Ohtaro once again lowered his head looking depressed. Something's up. Ohtaro really is feeling down, isn't he? If he's a vessel, that should be impossible. The very act of saying such a thing was unnatural for a vessel in the first place. Normally, he should have been like everyone else, unbothered about their body. About what their body was made of, perhaps.
今度はどうしたの？そんな真剣な目で見つめちゃってさ。
What's up this time? Why are you looking at me so seriously? As I observed his somewhat nervous expression, Ohtaro noticed my gaze and turned to face me. Well, but there was a doubt on my mind, something I shouldn't be saying out loud so callously. I couldn't find an answer, and when I looked away, Otaro's hand tightened over mine.
何か言いたいことがあるなら遠慮なく言ってよ。あんたにそんな顔をさせたくないし、させている自分が嫌なんだ。
If you have something to say, just say it. I don't want to be the reason you make that expression, and I hate myself for putting you through that. Huh? What kind of expression am I making?
不安そうな顔。こうして手をつないでるのに全然効果がないみたいで悲しいな。
I didn't hear him say boo-hoo, just to be clear. You look worried. Even though I'm holding your hand like this, it feels like I'm not helping and it makes me sad. Though Otaru tried to pass it off as a joke, he lowered his eyes in a somewhat forlorn way. When I looked at the face of his, my mouth opened on its own accord. The same goes for you, Ohtaro.
どういうこと？
What do you mean? You've also been making a pained face this whole time. Listen, you might think me weird for saying this, but... Ohtaro, maybe you're still on your heart is starting to break.
何を言い出すわけ？
What are you talking about? I mean, it's strange. A normal vessel would never talk about that like it was a ghost story. And there's no way they would make that face. Girl, he don't look happy. As I finished my sentence, Ohtaro stood still with his eyes wide open. But he immediately returned to his usual self and slowly shook his head.
あんたにはそういう風に見えてたんだ。
So that's what it seemed like to you.
でも言われてみればそうだよな。俺おかしいのかもしれない。最近いろいろなことが気になってて。
But now that you mention it, you're right. I might be going crazy. Lately I've been thinking about a lot of things.
そう。特にあんたのことがずっと気になってた。
Yeah, I've been especially concerned about you for a while now. Me?
うん。あんたといると最近すごく楽しいんだ。気づけばあんたのことばっかり考えてるし、
Just
もっと
imagine.
一緒にいたいって思ってる。
She has all these boys that if she just like looks at them long enough, they start to fall for her. It's been so fun with you lately. I always find myself thinking about you and I want to spend even more time with you. After saying that, Ohtaro used his other hand to gently touch my face. Though being touched had made my heart skip a beat, the serious look in his eyes had frozen me in place. What does that mean? I couldn't think of him as a vessel. I couldn't do anything except wait for him to open his heart with his next
前から
words.
可愛いとは思ってたけど、今はそれ以上にあんたが愛おしい。
This was faster than most, I think, right? Right? Am I right? I always thought you were cute, but now Even more than that, I treasure
なんで
you.
そう思うのかわからなくてずっと考えてた。
It didn't make sense to me why I felt that way, so I've been thinking this the whole time. When I looked at them head on, Otaru's eyes were sparkling, reflecting the moonlight that poured in from outside the hallway. Very fast, faster than Tomonari. Yeah, Tomonari was also kind of fast. Although Tomonari was obsessed with her right away. He's like, don't touch her. Don't look at her. Hey, I'm going to kidnap you if you don't want to leave town. Like, they were so straightforward, so pure that even my heart began beating faster. I couldn't tear my eyes away. Then Otaru pulled away the hand that caressed my cheek and peered straight into my face.
俺変なこと言うけど
Listen, this is gonna sound weird,
こ
but
う思うのってもしかしてあんたが好きってことなのか
the fact that I feel this way, does that mean I like you? Huh? My mind went blank. Otaru's word hit me like a sucker punch. This is why I think his story is gonna be short. Because like he's so quick to be like, you know what? I got a thing for you. Of course, I understood what he had said to me, but I was completely thrown off kilter by the overly honest affection he was sending my way. Gradually, my cheeks started to feel warmer. The way my body unconsciously reacted was confirmation enough, because when we were on their route, Mimi was even teasing him about possibly liking her. So, I mean, he liked her for like a while.
心の封印が解けて元に戻ればこの感覚が何なのかわかるのかな
If the seal on my heart is broken and I go back to normal, would I understand what this feeling is?
あんたはどう思う俺に心を取り戻してほしい
What do you think? Do you want me to regain my heart? I don't think I should have a choice right now. Hear me out. I don't think that's good for me to say either. I'm not saying this is sudden. I'm just saying, whoa. I don't want you to regain it. I'm not that into you. I mean, I feel like she wants everyone to have emotions, right? God, I don't know. What's the right answer? I want you to regain it. Does that work? Nope, he didn't seem right. Going back. We're going to go the other way. If I don't see sparkles...
あんたはどう思う俺に
You like that answer. Though Otaru's words had thrown me for a loop, the answer to the question was a given. I took a few deep breaths. After I gained my composure, I slowly opened my mouth. I don't want you to regain it, I guess.
どうして
Why not? I'm happy that you like me, Otaru, but if a vessel regains their heart, they'll be exterminated, right? If that happens, your life would end right there, and we wouldn't be able to meet ever again. Instead of prioritizing a moment's worth of emotions, I want to choose the path that lets me be with you forever, Ohtaro. Imagine this part tricked you and you got the bad ending. Bro. Oh my gosh. There was a comic I saw, and it wasn't like this, like specifically. I'm sure it was probably like an Elder Scrolls or a Stardew Valley kind of reference, because I get those on my feed. But it was like this part where this person's like, what do I say? What do I say? And it was like, they're like, what's wrong with you? Why do you keep looking at me that way when I thought we were friends or whatever? And like one of the options, like, we could never be friends, or like both answers sounded terrible. We could never be friends, or like, I want you to stay away from me. And she's like, which one do I pick? And they're like, stay away from me. Like, what? He's like, I promise. And she picks it, and he's all like, I want you to stay away from me because I can't be around you because of how much I love you, or something stupid. And it's like, oh man, what a trick. You're like, oh, it sounds like the worst option to choose, but it was the right option the entire time. And they like to do that to you in these games. They give you half a sentence, and then like, it spirals in a completely different direction than you think it's going to. I'm like, what? I'm just like, oh my god. You're like, stay away from me because I don't know if I can control myself around you. I'm like, that is not what I thought the following sentence was gonna be. So like, yeah, I want you to regain your heart because I want you to feel. No. Don't regain your heart because I don't want you to die. Good point. My bad. I don't know. It's one of those things. It could be like, which route was it? Where I got the bad ending and we were surprised and you're like, I thought you were going for the good ending. Was it Kinji? Where like, even though I got the snowflakes, I still got the bad ending. I think it was Kinji's. So like, bro. I hate it so I know, I hate that. It drives me crazy. Cause like it's one of those things where like I know what I want to say. But sometimes the sentences don't give me the right way to voice it. Or even sometimes when I think I've actually made the right answer, like they don't like that answer. I'm like, you listen here, you bastard. You don't want me to say this answer. Anyways, I can go on a tangent about Otome games and games with like choices where like, how do I get them to love me? Have to be in tsundere mode. You have to choose all the wrong answers for this one person to fall in love with you, which I would probably love. I love tsundere mode, by the way. Alright, instead of prioritizing a moment's worth of emotions, I want to choose a path that lets me with you forever. Which, did you think that answer was going to go there? No, I don't want you to regain your heart because I want to be with you forever. No. When I answered with my honest feelings, Ohtaro smiled quietly. It was so mature that I couldn't imagine it coming from the usually energetic Ohtaro, and I lost myself in admiration.
それって、あんたはこれからも俺のそばにいてくれるってこと?
Does that mean you'll be by my side forever? Sounds messed up. Another reason why I think this story is going to be shorter than the rest is because one of the first options I made was a snowflake option, and those are usually the end. So that's right. After all, we're friends in the Oniwa-ban. Remember, we're friends. But this, we're friends.
本当? 嬉しいかも。あんたがそうしてくれるなら、心のありなしなんてどうでもよく思えてくる。
Really? I'm glad. I think if you do that for me, I wouldn't care if I had a heart or not. And then Otaru, as if to process his own emotions, slowly nodded. Just like he said, Otaru seemed very happy. I thought of how sharing my feelings had made him happier and my heart beat faster again.
でも、俺がこんなこと考えてるのがみんなにバレるとまずいよな。ってことで、今の話は内緒な。
You're gonna cause the end of the world, Ohtaro, and I am gonna let you do it. But things will get messy if everyone found out that I'm thinking this kind of stuff, so what I said just now is our secret, okay? Right.
ありがとう。じゃあ、そろそろ行こっか。のんびりしてたら次の人が来るぜ。
Thanks. So we better get going. If we take too long, the next person will come. Then Otaru slowly started walking as if to lead me, as if to symbolize what we were feeling inside. Our hands remained intertwined. But we did let go of our hands before we went back into the room. Ooh. Fancy. After that, we immediately stepped inside the next room.
さてと、まずは火を消さないと。
Okay, first things first, we need to blow out the fire. In the middle of the room was a lantern casting a dim light. When I carefully looked inside of it, there was so many lit wicks lined up that I couldn't even count them. But even so, after half of them were extinguished.
ちょっとごめんな。
Will you excuse me for a second? Ohtaro released the hand connected to mine and cheerily removed one of the wicks. My hand is still warm. I'd already been here many times to continue the round of hundreds ghost stories, but this time felt completely different. When I extinguished the fire by myself, even the smallest sound or shadow scared me, but now it didn't feel fear at all. Partly because Otaru was with me, but more than that, my head was full of what had happened earlier. Otaru, he said that he liked me just now, didn't he? I was too surprised to talk about it in detail, but judging from his reaction, he was telling the truth, wasn't he? What should I do? It's a bit too late, but I'm starting to worry. Was it okay to react like that? I don't even really know how I feel about Ohtaro, but my heart is beating really fast. As those thoughts churned inside my head, Otaru turned back to me with an innocent
ほ
smile.
ら、一緒に鏡を見ようぜ。
Come on, Leah, let's look in the mirror together. Right. It seemed that while I was lost in thought, all that was left to do was look inside the mirror. I pulled myself together and approached Otaru, who has already had the mirror in his hand. Honestly, I want this to be scary. I feel like this would be cool. In any case, I'll focus more on Otaru once we finish the 100 ghost stories.
いくぞ。せーの。
Ready? Here we go. I want this to be terrifying. Please be a horror scene. In that moment, something unbelievable appeared before my eyes. A pale-faced man loomed behind us. He was staring at us through the mirror with resentment in his eyes. I reflectively turned around. It was unmistakable. There was a man standing right there. But his appearance was hazy. Seeing as he had emotional imprints all over his body, he couldn't have been an ordinary person.
Oh.
But unexpectedly, the man also seemed surprised to see us. In contrast to his frightening appearance, the way he was blinking owlishly almost made him look childish.
下がって。
Leah, stay back. Notice how their hair is the same. Is that intentional? Notice how their eyes are kind of the same shape. Is that also intent? I don't know. I'm making this up as I go. But at that point... What the fuck? Why is he here? I was in the bathroom. Okay. First off, Asia, rude. How dare you go to the bathroom? They looked in the mirror, because that's part of the telling the ghost stories thing, and he was in the reflection, and when she turned around, he was actually there. Which makes perfect sense. Hebe is adorable. Hebe had to show up. Hebe's my favorite route so far. I mean, we can't actually date him, but... Look how sad he looks. He looks like he's almost crying. Poor Hebe. At this point, Ohtaro stepped forward to protect me. His shoulders, which were normally smaller than the other Onryaba members, now looked broad and dependable. Ohtaro can see it too, which means it's not a hallucination. Is it a ghost like Blightfall? But why did it come out now? Not you saying, how dare you choose bathroom. I'm just saying, we're in the middle of a ghost story. We haven't finished the round of 100 ghost stories, so it shouldn't have appeared yet. Wait, were you even here during their little holding hands and confessing that they kind of liked each other? No, you were. Yeah, you were talking to me. I just remembered. Hang on, I'm tired. However, ultimately, the ritual was successful. Wrapped around the Blightfall's hand was threads, which supposedly belonged to the Hakuseki clan. Do I see threads? I don't see any threads. Unless you're talking about the black threads. Hebe, explain yourself. Though it was concerning that there was more threads than we prepared wrapped around it.
おい。お前どうしてきたんだ?
Look at his eyes. He's got no pupils. Bro. Ohtaro. What's up, my guy? Do ghost stories got a toilet for me to use? Maybe. Maybe you should hold it. It's scary time. Just kidding. Hey, you. Why'd you come here?
心地いい気配がしたから。ここなら僕を受け入れてくれると思って。
Hebe! Hebe wants to go home! Oh my god! Hebe! Poor Hebe who murders so many people in all the other stories. Oh, Hebe! Is Ohtaro taller than Hebe? You know what I mean? Do you get what I'm saying? But look at their hair, right? Am I right about this? Like their hair part's the same? And like their face shape is kind of similar. I mean, Ohtaro has no pupils right now. That's usually a bad sign. I felt a calming presence. I thought that this place at least would accept me. So it really was because of the ghost stories. Ohtaro?
大丈夫。俺に任せて。
Don't worry, leave it to me.
いいか、今からこっちが聞くことに全て正直に答えろ。あんた、糸のせいで逆らえないんだろ。
I don't trust Ohtaro. I'm gonna say it in a chant. I don't trust Ohtaro. He might be really cute, and maybe this is a romance story, but like, I want Hebe. I want Hebe as a route. Let's date the god. I want to date a god. That sounds fun. I dated death. Why can't I date a god? Listen up. You're going to truthfully answer everything I'm about to ask you. You can't disobey me because of the thread, right?
わかった。
Yes, I understand.
まず、あんたの名前は何だ？
What's your name?
日比恵。
Hebe!
日比恵か。ここ最近、住民が良いかになる事件が多発しているけど、
Hebe,
その原因
huh?
は知っているか？
There's been a lot of citizens turning to Blightfall lately. Know anything about that?
それは僕たちが良いかの種をまいているから。
That's because we're scattering Blightfall seeds.
なんだって？どうしてそんなことをするんだ？
Why would you do that?
すべての人に復讐するため。
To take revenge on all of humanity? You do you, Hebe.
じゃあ、ルリコのことは知っているか？
Do you know about Ruriko?
知ってるけど。
Yes, I do. Oh, I keep forgetting. This is Dahat's voice. This is the voice
ル
of
リコが
Dahat.
消えたのはあんたたちの仕業なのか？
This reminds me of that one Otome game that involves God's love interest, and there's an anime for it. Kamgami no Asoba. Oh my god, why are you doing this to me? It's the middle of the night, and now I'm Googling new Otome games. Is this even something I can play? There's an anime, you say? Is it not Kami? Kami means God. Kami. No. Listen. You listen. I was right, it is Kami. Haha, I corrected it. It's only in Japanese. Ah. Well, they don't look godly at all, honestly, so it's fine. They just look angry. Gods, to me, have broad shoulders and, I don't know, look like that guy. He's pretty cute. Really? Wait, was Uriko's disappearance you guys doing? Yes.
やっぱり。でもあの状況でどうやって牢屋敷から抜け出したんだよ。
I knew it, but how did she escape from the prison house under those circumstances?
それは普通に格子の鍵を開けて目撃者には取り付いて記憶を消しておいたから。
We just unlocked the bars and we possessed the witnesses, erased their memories.
なるほどな。じゃあ、ルリコは今どこにいるんだ？
That makes sense. So where's Uriko right now? Does that make sense? Ohtaro, let me ask a question. I want to talk to Hebe. I miss him.
それは
That's
遊郭だけど。
They show the gods version of them in game. Love interest always want to show their true forms later. I love that sentence because it's like Batman. Like if Batman had an Otome game and it's all like, do you want to know my secret identity? I remember a spicy CG in that game. I'm not sure how spicy I'm allowed to stream, so. Plus, I don't know if you noticed, but in the last route, any single time it was like them kissing. Of course, it was cringy because like it wasn't very consensual. I was like, I don't read spicy out loud very well. Just I don't mind spice, but like personally reading it out loud, I'm like, my heart. She's in the red light district. After answering that, a thread wrapped around Hebe's wrist broke with an audible snap. Only one thread was cut, but it seemed even that was enough to break the binding. Hebe immediately melted into the air and disappeared. He escaped. While glaring at the spot where Hebe had been standing, Ohtaro muttered quietly. Pathetically even, though we had finally met with a Blightfall, that was connected to the case, I couldn't do a single thing. Buriko's in the red light district, but why did the Blightfall kidnap Buriko? And just what does he mean by taking revenge on humanity? More and more questions came up, but there was no point in saying them out loud. I already knew there was no one there could answer them because they didn't let you ask her any questions. You know what? When you use the phrases they and them, oh, Ohtaro, chapter 5. Riko was in the red light district. The day after we got that intel, the entertainment district team went to the red light district in order to check whether the information was true. Despite the time, the main street of the entertainment district was lively and packed with people. Everyone must have been trying to live their usual lives to alleviate the anxieties they felt inside.
まったく絶好の機会だったというのに、みすみす良いかを逃がすとは呆れました。
My word. He also has 7 chapters too. I'm surprised just because how fast it felt like they were trying to make the story go, especially since it did like 2 of those and then, because those are feel like almost like the end or beginning of a story. So, and he's already confessed to liking us. Like he's like, I like you, and do you want to like me too? That was quick. My word, it was the perfect chance, and yet you simply let it slip away. I'm shocked, truly.
糸が切れちゃったんだから仕方ないだろ。引き止めたところで素直に聞いてくれるわけないし。
The thread snapped. What was I supposed to do? And there was no way he would have honestly told us anything, even if we made him stay.
腰に刺してある刀は何のためにあるんですか？会話できるほど知能のある良いかなら、退治しておいた方が良かったでしょうに。
What do you carry that sword around for? If it was intelligent enough to talk, you would have been better. It would have been better had you exterminated it.
もう説教は勘弁してよ。そんなに何度も言われると耳にタコができちゃうっつうの。
Enough with the lecture. My ears are gonna bleed if you keep repeating the same thing over and over. In the midst of it all, Kinji and Ohtaro were endlessly discussing what happened yesterday. Perhaps because we were the only ones there at that key moment, there were a lot of things Kinji was curious about. But I'm glad you were there at the time, Ohtaro. If we had been the only ones, I might not have been able to get the information out of him like that. You weren't even supposed to be there by yourself, Leah. It was going to be Ohtaro alone, so...
だよな。さすがよくわかってる。
Right? See? Leah, I knew you'd get it.
お嬢さん、甘やかさないでください。大太郎もこんななりですが。
Oh, I guess I could turn the lights back on. The ghost stories are done. Hang on, I'm gonna BRB for 2 seconds to turn the lights back on. Back. Okay. And because I stood up, I was able to recross my legs. It's like a dream come true. All right. Don't go easy on him, young lady. Ohtaro may look like this, but he's a veteran of the Onryoban. There's no excuse for him making such a novice mistake.
だから一応調査が進んだだけでもいいだろ。近所は完璧を求めすぎなんだって。
Like, come on! Isn't it good that we at least made some progress? You're such a perfectionist, Kinji. Ohtaro might not have been able to do anything too rash because I was there, so please don't be that angry with him. Also, he's a secret double agent. Leah, you're so kind. Thanks for sticking up for me. It's no problem. I know you're the problem. And though Ohtaro, while smiling, exaggeratedly opened up his arms towards me, that action could be thinking of hugging me?
ほら、 こうしてすぐ調子に乗るんですから。大太郎、道の真ん中でふざけるのはおやめなさい。
See? He's always getting carried away like this. Ohtaro, stop horsing around in the street.
ふざけてないよ。このくらい別にいいじゃんか。
I'm not horsing around, and it's not that big a deal. But before he could do it, Kenji grabbed Ohtaro by the scuff of his neck and stopped him. I'm saved. I couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief at Ohtaro being pulled away. Of course, it wasn't like I disliked Ohtaro. It was just, you know.
前から可愛いとは思ってたけど今はそれ以上
Ohtaro, I love you, but I want Kenji to hug me. Dude, Kenji. He's both beautiful and handsome. It's all I've ever wanted.
こう思うのって
We don't read flashbacks, sorry. I don't need a flashback. When I thought about how someone not only professed their love for me, but was going to touch me, I became strangely conscious of it. So many shocking things happened yesterday that I didn't have time to process it calmly, but it was different now. Every time I looked at Otaru's face, his words from back then replayed in my head. What were his intentions when he said those words? Did he mean exactly what he said? But if that was the case, then Otaru's heart could really... For starters, how do I feel about Otaru? Ohtaro. It's not a Ru. My feelings. Oh my god, is there someone called Otaru and I'm just saying this wrong this entire time?
それよりも今、やるべきことを考えましょう。
There's no point crying over spilt milk. More importantly, we must think about what we must do now.
そうそう前向きに行こうぜ
Yeah. Let's think positively.
あなたに言われたくありません。まったく、調子のいい。
Not another word from you. My word. You are so glib.
それで日比へと言いましたか？彼が遊郭に瑠璃子さんがいると証言していたのは
So
間違
Hibby
い
was
ない
it?
んでしょうね。
You two are absolutely sure he testified that Riko is in the red light district?
もちろんそもそも糸で縛ってたんだから日比江に嘘なんてつけるわけないだろ
Of course. Besides, he was tied up with the thread, so there's no way he could lie, right? I was there and heard it as well, so I don't think there's any mistake there.
おかしいですね。遊郭はかなり念入りに調べたはずなんですが、どちらにせよ確認はしないといけません。
How strange. I recall investigating the red light district quite thoroughly. Well, in any case, we must confirm the intel. Not me looking up the word for glib. Alright, what's the word for glib? Let's see. I mean, I got the gist of what I think it means, but... Glib. Fluent and volube? What? I've never heard... I don't even hear the words. Fluent and volube, but insincere and shallow. What the hell? Marked by ease and fluency in speaking or written or writing, often to the point of being insincere or deceitful. A glib proclamation. Alright, so fake, sounding fake. How strange. I recall investigating the red light district quite thoroughly. Well, in any case, we must confirm the intel. That's the thing. The brothel was connected to Riko, so we've already investigated it several times. When you were playing Ardent Kingdom, you looked up another word. What's the word? Let's see if I know the dictionary meaning. It's not always the case. There's some sentences I'm like, why? Is there something we missed? Shouldn't we investigate the reason for revenge that Hebe mentioned later? Revenge on all of humanity sounds like the issue runs deep.
一応、日比江という人物については、表のお庭番が調べているので問題ありません。
I wonder what's up with Hebe, right? Because
僕たちの仕事をしましょう。
Sorry, Kenji. In one route, Hebe seemed pretty evil. And another route, he was sad that I died. And I know that in the end of Tomonari's route, with the one where he was sad that I died, we took his soul back to the whatever, but we didn't actually get a conclusion with that. I don't know. For the time being, the public-facing Onioban will investigate this Hibi person so that no one needs to worry. Let's focus on our duties. Why don't you ask the Shogun, who knows exactly who the fuck Hibi is? Are you for real right now? You're going to stand here and be like, we're going to investigate. We know who Hibi is. The Shogun knows who Hibi is. This is the second time Hibi was someone in this story that if you were just to give a report to the Shogun, he would have been like, ah, yes, Hibi. I know who that is. Hibina wanted us to find him. Ridiculous. For the time being, we'll investigate. Let's focus on our duties. Yes. As we discussed that the main gates of the red light district appeared nearby, as if it appeared out of nowhere. As usual, I waited to receive a stamp before entering the red light district with everyone.
さて、それでは情報収集といきましょうか。
Back to how ineffective the stamps are, right? You get a stamp to go in and out. What if you're a guy and you dress up as a woman and you get into the red light district? Then you stop dressing like a woman and you have that seal to give to a girl now. And now she can leave. Now then, let's go gather some information.
今日の任務って後から他のみんなも来てくれるんだろ？手分けして奥の方から調べていく？
The others are coming later to help out today's mission, right? Why don't we split up and check the back?
ええ。奥の店は少し癖が強いですからね。娯楽街に慣れている僕たちが担当した方がいいでしょう。
I'm trying to remember how to spell the word icon. Something like that. Oh, okay. Well, I don't know the meaning of that if that's the proper spelling. Unfortunately, literally nothing pops up when I search that word. I don't know what that word means, and to top it off, I only remember 5 letters from that frickin' word. I guess I'm gonna have to play this game just so I can find this word now. So much work. The stores in the back can be quite eccentric. Is it eccentric? Just kidding. Since we used to be the entertainment district, we should be in charge of those.
ただ、さすがにお嬢さんを一人にするのは得策ではありませんね。あなたは大太郎と一緒に行動してください。
However, it'd be unwise to leave the young lady alone. Please investigate with Ohtaro. I understand.
僕は東側から調べていきます。西側は
Not you playing a game for that annoying word. Hey, listen, I've literally played a game because a guy gave a girl flowers on it in fire, and I was like, what's that about? No, I'm still not sad about it. I mean, it was terrible. It was a terrible story. Like, it was terrible, but in like a good way. I shall start from the east. I'll leave the west to you two. After he said just that, Kenji hurriedly walked off. Left behind, we glanced at each other. Looking forward to working with you.
Oh, こっちこそよろしくな。
Right, likewise. Oh no. When it's just the two of us, I keep remembering what happened back then. All Otaru said was that he liked me and it's not like he's waiting for a response, but I just can't stop thinking about it. But it would be weird for me to bring it up again since he's a vessel. He has that seal on his heart.
とりあえず奥の方から調べてみるか。引き手茶屋で情報でももらってこようぜ。
Also, keep in mind that you literally said, I don't want you to break the seal on your heart so we can be together forever. Did you forget that? That's even more embarrassing. You're embarrassing. Anyways, let's start investigating from the back. We should go get some information or something from an escort tea house. Yeah. Ohtaro peered at me suspiciously. Did he realize that I was being self-conscious? In any case, my heart couldn't take the stress. I ended up looking around, making myself seem more suspicious. Ohtaro, is there something you need? At the finale of Audent Kingdom, I'm tempted to start when the night comes, but I might have to play 3 games at the same time. Help! Oh man. Play 3 games? Do you mean 3 rounds at the same time? Wait, is In the Night... Oh wait, In the Night, is that something you told me about? I swear that's probably on my list. How many things are on my list? Which, by the way, I updated my list because I wanted to make little tiles for when we go over 2024 in review. Not that it's like a set in stone thing and it's for fun, but like, oh my god, there's so many things on that In the Night. Alright, let's see. What's on my list? What's on my list of games I don't own? I don't know why it opened that big. 3 games at the same time. Look, I struggle bus. I currently have technically Jack and Jean. I have not beat Jack and Jean. I've been avoiding it though. Let's see. Aoi wo utar Shigma. Speak easy. Promise me you'll live. Love spell. Cinderella phenomenon. When the night comes. That's right here. Hey, I got that on my list. What else is on my list? Errant Kingdom is on here. Focus on 3 games. Like one day play Errant. Second day when the night comes. Third play Like a Dragon 7. Like a Dragon at least is a completely different like set of game. Like it's not the same at least. So I mean at least if you're playing that one you're not feeling the same. When the Night Comes and Errant Kingdom look very similar. I don't think I've actually played too many of like the more American style Otome style games. I don't know. 11 chapters totaling 490,000 plus words. I don't know, man. I'm trying to think. Same devs, makes sense. It looks similar. 490,000 words. This is why I don't sleep anymore. This is why I'm playing games almost 4 days a week when I used to only play twice a week. Oh my stars. There's so much to read. Anyways, back to the actual game I played. Ohtaro, is there something you need?
Yeah. なんでもない.
Nope, nothing. It seemed Ohtaro didn't notice. He gave me a bright smile and started to walk off as if to lead me. She is so dumb sometimes. Like, huh, he didn't notice. He did notice. He totally noticed. You're just wanting him not to notice. The investigation didn't go well. No matter how much we searched, there wasn't a single clue, let alone any new information. On top of that, since we were now combing through the insides of the brothels, the investigation took an extremely long time.
やっぱ、一軒一軒調べていくと大変だな。
Checking each place one by one is gonna take forever, man. He's got straps even on his leg. This boy is not like other boys. I give him that. Yeah, we have to make sure we don't miss anything. After all, we've already checked these places before. As we talked while walking, Ohtaro once again looked at me with a curious expression. I was planning on playing Errant Kingdom and Like a Dragon 7 every day until Like a Dragon 8 came out. How far into Errant Kingdom are you? Wait, when is Like a Dragon 8 coming out? Isn't that like March? Wait, am I wrong? I'm being real. I suck sometimes like a dragon. 8. January. Just kidding, girl. You're doomed. Good luck. I tried to finish this game in 25 days and we're on day 29. So like I don't know. I mean, you have the benefit of not reading every single thing out loud. So sometimes you can just skip, especially when it starts getting repeaty. As we talked while walking, Ohtaro once again looked at me with a curious expression.
さっきから気になってたんだけど、どうしてそんな離れたところにいるの?
Hey, I've been wondering about this for a little bit, but why are you so far away? Huh? I noticed after he pointed it out, but there was 2 to 3 people gap between Ohtaro and I. It was true that we were both too far apart. You're right. Sorry, I guess I got too wrapped up in the investigation.
でも、それだけじゃないよね。今日はずっと様子がおかしかったじゃん。まともに目も合わせてくれないし。
But that's not the only thing, is it? You were acting weird all day. You've never even looked me in the eye. He really did notice.
あんたに嫌われるようなことした?
Did I do something to make you hate me? He mumbled in distress and both of his shoulders slumped sadly. He was like a dog with his ears drooping. Seeing him like that made me unconsciously close the distance between us. With Errant Kingdom and When the Night Comes, it's got linear storylines, so I can skip the same lines. Plus, depending on love interest, the scene will be different. So, I mean, it sounds like you got this in the bag. I think you can beat 3 games in 30 days. Maybe. I believe in you. You've got talent. How far into Like a Dragon are you? That's a big game. I'm sorry. It's not your fault, so please don't be sad. By the time I noticed it, I was patting his head. He just happened to be facing me with his head lowered, so even I was able to reach it easily. And she's just like, it's okay. It's okay. If this was a while ago, I wouldn't have thought twice about it, but now even this kind of context makes me a little nervous. As I move my hand back and forth to tidy up his fluffy hair, Ohtaro looked at me with confusion in his eyes.
なんで頭撫でてるんだよ?
Why are you patting my head? It's because you're sad.
励ましたいなら別の方法もあるだろ? まさかまた犬みたいだとか思ってないだろうな。
Chapter 5. I did take a break from having game burnout. I think there's like 12 chapters plus the final chapter. I mean, it's okay if you start Like a Dragon 8 in February. That's a big game. There's a reason I haven't started them. Because they're big. And I'm stressed all the time. There's other ways to make me feel better too, you know? Wait, you're thinking I look like a dog again, aren't you? Sorry. There was no way I could deny it when he managed to guess the truth. Then Ohtaro grabbed the hand I was using to pat his head, looking irritated.
あのさ、昨日俺が言ったこと覚えてないの?
His expressions are so scary. I already saw the playthrough of it way before I got the game. I'm only playing it for gameplay and remembering the story for Like a Dragon 8. Yeah, but you want to play it yourself, don't you? So like, you gotsta. You're 5 chapters into 12. You got 7 chapters left. You got to do a chapter every 5 days. You can do this. I love the gameplay, plus it's my first Yakuza game. Yeah, Yakuza just has too much happening. It's too daunting for me. You remember what I said
あん
yesterday?
たのこと好きかもしれないって言ったよね。なのに平気でこういうことできるんだ。
I told you that I might like you, right? How can you do this and act like everything's okay? That's. I didn't expect Ohtaro to be the one to bring up what happened yesterday. I tried to look away in a panic, but because he was holding my hand, I couldn't get away. As Ohtaro carefully stared at me in this position.
あ、もしかして、俺のこと意識してくれてる？
Oh, wait, were you thinking about me? He suddenly got to the heart of the matter. Once I had it pointed out to me again, my body immediately started feeling hot from the sheer embarrassment. It must have been obvious to him as well that I was blushing. I fell silent, unable to confirm or deny it, and Otaru nodded thoughtfully.
はあ、なるほど。そういうことだったんだ。だったら言ってくれればよかったのに。
Ah, I see. So that's what it was. You should have just said something.
じゃあ俺、期待していいの？あんたからちゃんと男として見てもらえてるって思ってていい？
So is it okay to get my hopes up? So from now on, can I expect you to finally see me as a real man? I can't answer that. I don't even understand my own feelings. But here I am, reacting this way. He's probably right. It's not like I don't feel anything towards him.
顔真っ赤じゃん。わかりやすいな。
Ah, look at you. Your face is bright red. You're so obvious. Jeez, Ohtaro!
了解了解。そういうことなら、俺も遠慮なく行かせてもらうからな。
Roger, Roger. If that's the case, then I'm not going to hold back either.
さっきみたいに犬扱いしてると、そのうち噛みつくかもしれないよ。それとも、俺に噛みつかれたい？
That's too much. That's too much. Treat me like a dog like you did earlier and I just might bite back. Or maybe you want to be bitten.
なんてね。冗談だよ。
Just kidding. After he murmured that, Otaru finally released my hand. His words, actions, and expression were so human-like that my heart couldn't help but skip a beat. But the threads representing emotions had still not appeared around Otaro's neck. That's because he's a blightfall, my dear. That's a little blightfall in front of you. As we talked, we continued with our investigation. Then at the very back of the road, I noticed an unfamiliar brothel. The outside was fairly clean, but when I peered in, there didn't seem to be anyone inside. It seemed that it was closed. I didn't know there was a brothel in a place like this. Automod's like, excuse me, do you want the words bite me in your chat? Ohtaro, I want my husband from Orange Kingdom, and when the night comes to bite me. That's so... First off, be nice to Ohtaro. I want him to bite me. I'm fine with this. I'm sorry, this is my route. This one's me. You and Jay think he's just too buddy-buddy? Nah, he's the perfect level. So far, he could still ruin it. Let's be real, I was really excited for Lucas's route, and then he ruined it so fast. I was waiting for Twitch to stop me. Yeah, it stopped you. Honestly, I almost wouldn't even consider bite me inappropriate because so many people use that just as a turn of phrase, just like bite me. Like, I didn't know there was a brothel in a place like this. It doesn't seem to be operating now, though.
これだけ店があるから、商売下手なところはすぐに潰れちゃうんだよ。ま、よくあることなんだけどね。
There's so many places here. Poorly managed ones tend to shut down immediately, though. It's pretty common to see. Should we check inside just in case?
ううん、必要ないよ。ここなら前に俺が調べておいたから。残留思念は多いけど、特におかしな点はなかったし。
Excuse me? You can see emotional imprints? Since when? There's no need for that. I checked this place before. A lot of emotional imprints, but nothing else stuck out as weird to me.
その時は撤去作業をしてる若い種がいたからついでに話も聞かせてもらえたんだ。
Don't assume I don't like him. I like Ohtaro, but the beginning of the route and being so fast was so weird. I mean, honestly, sometimes it's pretty fast. I'm fine if they go with like, I got a crush on you, but they go right to like, I like you so much. I want to wake up next to you. And I'm like, whoa, we met yesterday. Calm down. There was a male worker doing some cleanup work at the time, so I took the chance to ask him some questions. Okay, then I guess it's alright. What was that? Something felt strange about that conversation just now. Do you for real? Are you for real? Something seemed weird. Who sees emotional imprints? Not him. You idiot. Don't just trust him. Don't just let him tell you, let's not check this place out. We are doing double checks. 2, he's a little liar. Otaro's a little liar. He's a cute liar, but he's still a liar. Right in front of the brothel, I saw that a glossy piece of wood had fallen onto the ground. It was too big to be just a piece of garbage, and it had somewhat peculiar shape. I approached it, picked it up, and this is a stamp. I'd come in and out of the red light district so often that there was no mistake its unique shape. It was covered in dust, but no matter how I looked at it, the object in my hand was undeniably a stamp.
落とし物？やばいじゃん。
Did someone drop it? That's no good. Right. Without a stamp, women couldn't leave the red light district. If this had fallen here, then that meant there was someone out there who was stranded. Excuse me, has anyone dropped a stamp? Logically, I immediately started calling out to the people around us, but everyone simply looked at us as strangely and didn't react. It seemed that all the women had stamps as well. Is the owner not here?
その木ってちょっと汚れてるから昔の落とし物なのかもしれないな。
The stamp's a little dirty. They might have lost it a while ago. Yeah, anyways, I'm gonna go inside and just make sure the person's not inside.
とりあえず大門まで届けてあげようぜ。落とし主もそこまで戻ってるかもしれないし。
In that case, let's take it to the front gate. The owner might have returned there. Is she really? Are we really? Oh my god. Is this for real? Who sees emotional imprints? Nobody but you idiot. Nobody but you. You're gonna trust some guy that says like, no, we don't need to check there. I already checked it. You for real right now? You are looking for a girl that is being kept hidden. This is an abandoned building. You're gonna choose not to look into it. Okay. I'm so mad right now. What, just because he's kind of cute? Don't ignore things. Even when we returned to the entrance of the red light district, we couldn't find the owner of the stamp. We also tried asking the guard, but it seemed that he hadn't heard about any lost stamps recently. If a woman had lost her stamp, she should have came to report it to the
ってこ
gate.
とは切手の落とし主はまだ遊郭にいるわけか。
So that means the person who lost the stamp is still in the red light district. I wonder how she's doing. Then at that moment, the sound of people cheering entered our ears. When I turned to the direction of the voices, a crowd was forming in the main street. Kinji was dead center. I wonder what that is.
今日は祭りなんてなかったはずだけどな。一応見に行ってみようぜ。
There shouldn't be a festival or anything today. Let's take a look just in case. We continued on towards the crowd. When we got there, we finally discovered what was behind all the commotion. There, a single townsperson was scattering piles of Caraban leaflets. Everyone was reading them and talking excitedly. Prince, equivalent to modern day newspapers. Hey, what do you think? Should we
こ
go?
いつは面白そうだな。パーッと騒ぎたい気分だし、明日の仕事は早めに切り上げようぜ。
This looks really interesting. I feel like making some noise. Let's close shop up early today. Everyone was getting excited like children while reading the Caraban. It felt like it had been a long time since I had seen the townsfolk so full of life.
なんだあの瓦版、何が書いてあるんだろ
What's going on? I wonder what's written on the Karaban. I want to go check, but there aren't any leaflets scattered around here. When we walked around while in search of the Karaban, when we saw Kinji standing amidst the crowd, in contrast to the townsfolk around him, he was quietly staring down at the Karaban in his hand. I could tell even from a distance that he had a serious expression on. Kinji, is something the matter?
ああ、あなたたちですか。
Ah, it's you two.
う。この騒ぎ何なの瓦版には何が書いてあるわけ
What's with this crowd? Is there something written on the Karaban?
見ればわかりますよ。
You can see for yourself. Kenji's expression hardened even further at our question as he handed the Karaban to us. To our surprise, Ruriko had been sentenced and would be publicly paraded to the gallows tomorrow. What? People were excited to go? Oh no! After we read the Karaban, we immediately rushed back to base. When we charged into our usual room, the others were already gathered there. In their hands, they held the Karaban in question.
それ、みんなも娯楽街で拾ったのか
That, did you pick it up at the entertainment district too?
そうなんだけど、さっき確かめに戻ったら、城下町の大通りでもばらまかれてたみたい。
Yeah, but when I went back earlier to check, it looked like they were scattered on the main streets of Castletown as well.
受け町でも同じだよ。
It's the same in Samurai Town.
マジかよ。江戸全域で配られているってこと
Are you serious? Ooh. Is my camera okay? I literally wanted to like flicker. That was crazy. I felt like I turned into a body snatcher just for a second there. Are you serious? So that means they've been spread around the entirety of Edo?
京志郎さん、これはどういうことなのですか？まだ見つかってもいない下手人の刑を執行するなんて。
Kyoshiro, what's the meaning of this? How could a sentence be carried out on a culprit who hasn't even been found?
それを説明する前に、遊郭での調査報告を聞かせてもらってもいいか？
Before I explain that, could I hear the report on the red light district?
今はそんなことどうでもいい
Whoa, that isn't important right now.
下がりなさい、大太郎。お頭の命ですよ。
Stand down, Ohtaro. This is the boss's order.
ち
遊郭の調査結果ですが、残念ながら瑠璃子さんは発見できませんでした。目撃情報すら得られていません。
In regards to our investigation in the red light district, we unfortunately weren't able to find Uriko. There weren't even any eyewitness
とはい
accounts.
え、まだ全域を捜索できていないので、はっきりしたことは言えませんが。
That said, we haven't searched the entire area yet, so I can't fully say for sure.
そうか。
I see.
はい、報告終わり。それより瓦版のことを説明してくれよ。
Alright, report over. Now explain the Kareaban. After Ohtaro forcefully ended the topic and asked the question, Kyoshiro looked at everyone's faces before nodding firmly.
一言で説明するならば、この瓦版に書かれていることを幕府側は全く認知していない。
Put simply, the shogunate does not acknowledge what is written on this Kareaban
ルリ
whatsoever.
コを処する予定もまだない。そもそもルリコ自体が行方不明の今、そのようなことは不可能だ。
We still have no plans to punish Uriko. More importantly, since Uriko herself is missing right now, doing so is impossible.
それじゃあ、この瓦版はどういうことなの
So what's with this Kareaban then?
ルリコを連れ去った者、つまり日比谷たちが瓦版を作成したということだ。
It means that whoever took Uriko away, Hibi and the others, made the Kareaban.
瓦版を配っていた人たちに話も聞いてみたけど、彼らはただ雇われただけみたい。破格の報酬で依頼されたから引き受けたんだってさ。
Yeah, but from who, my guy? Miyagi, come on. I asked the people handing out the leaflets, but they were only employees. They accepted the job because they were promised an exorbitant amount of
依頼
money.
人については誰も覚えてなかった。直接取引したはずなのに、顔も名前もわからないと言われたよ。
As for the employer, no one had any recollection even though they made the deal face to face. I was told that they didn't know their face or their name.
つまり彼らも良いかに化かされたということでしょうか。
In other words, they too were tricked by the Blightfall.
今のところお庭番としてはそうではないかと睨んでいるよ。
For now, that's our best guess as to what happened.
それにしても市中引き回しの獄門とは趣味が悪い。
Still, punishment by being publicly paraded is in poor taste, says the person who was going to be executed publicly while being paraded. Just what kind of punishment is that?
なんだ、そんなことも知らないのか。仕方ない。説明してやる。
You don't know? I'll explain.
まず、市中引き回しというのは、下手人を見せ物にして街中を練り歩く刑のことだ。
A public parade is a punishment in which the culprit is forced to walk around the city as a spectacle.
とにかく人を大勢集め、大名行列の真似事をするのだ。下手人は目立つよう馬の上に乗せてな。
They simply gather a crowd of people and mimic a daimyo procession. The culprit is placed on top of a horse, so they stand
最後に
out.
獄門がついた場合は、その後に処刑されるってだけだ。
If the word gaol is at the end, then that means they will be executed afterwards. How? How can they make a spectacle out of someone about to be killed?
それだけじゃない。そもそも市中引き回しの獄門は、もともと自分が処される予定だった刑だ。
That's not all. Being publicly paraded to the gaol was a punishment that had originally been planned for.
猫又小僧の真似事をしていた小娘に、同じ罪を背負わせるってことは、この瓦版を書いたやつはいろいろと事情を知っているのかもしれないな。
The fact that they're giving the same punishment to the girl who copied the Nekomatsu boy means whoever wrote this leaflet might know what went on behind the scenes. Maybe their name is Ohtaro.
とにかくこの瓦版によれば市中引き回しが実行されるのは明日の宵の口だ。
In any case, according to this Karyaban, they'll execute the parade at dusk
それま
tomorrow.
でに彼女を助け出せなければ一連の事件を解明する機会は永遠に失われてしまう。
Unless we can rescue her before then, we'll lose the chance to solve the series of cases forever.
しかし逆に考えれば好機でもある。酔いか側がここまでルリ子を排除しようとしているのは彼女が何らかの情報を握っているからだろう。
However, if we think of it another way, this is also a good chance. The Blightfall may be trying to eliminate Uriko because she has important information. If you want to do that, don't do it publicly. Just kill her.
よーし、なんとしてもルリコが監禁されている場所を特定しないとな。
No matter what, we have to figure out where they're keeping Uriko locked up.
それでしたら市中引き回しの際に助け出した方が確実ではありませんか。
In that case, wouldn't it be safer to rescue her during the parade around the city?
それは最後の手段だ。相手が主導権を握っている場で立ち回るのはできれば避けたい。
That's our last resort. I prefer avoiding a situation where the opponent has the upper hand.
でもルリコの居場所はまだ分かってないんでしょ。そんな状況でどうやって助けるわけ？
We still don't know where Uriko is, right? How are we supposed to rescue her like this?
また百物語をするのはどうですか？情報を知っている良いかが現れるかも。
What about doing another round of ghost stories? A Blightfall who knows something might appear?
俺は反対だ。狙いの良いかが来るという確証がないし、やるだけの時間がない。
I'm against it. There's no guarantee the Blightfall we need will come, and we don't have the time to do it.
それに百物語をするとなるとキコのほとんどが動けなくなるよね。また京城を一人に任せるわけにもいかないし。
And if we're gonna do a round of 100 ghost stories, a majority of the vessels will be preoccupied. We can't leave everything up to Kyoshiro
確
again.
かにそうですね。
Yeah, you're right.
となると現状は遊郭を徹底的に調べるしかないだろうな。
So then under these circumstances, our only option is to investigate every nook and cranny of the red light district.
そうは言っても遊郭は広いしな。追加の手がかりでもあればいいんだが。
You make it sound easy, but the red light district is huge. If only we had another clue. A clue, huh? But no matter how I thought about it, nothing came to mind. Not even the fact that Ohtaro said that I shouldn't go investigate this strange room because he saw a bunch of imprints there that he can't see at all, or the fact that I found a stamp that doesn't belong to anybody and you can't leave the red light district without one. Weird. All I could do was look down at the stamp still clutched in my hands. Speaking of which, because of the ruckus, I forgot to return the stamp. I wonder who it belongs to. When I looked closer, there was a bright green line drawn on the stamp under the grime. The vibrant sparkle color was something that I had seen somewhere before. Is this perhaps...
その切手がどうかしたの？随分汚れているみたいだけど。
Is there something wrong with the stamp? It seems quite filthy. Yeah, there's something I want to make sure of. This stamp might be a hint to Ryuko's whereabouts.
それが？ただの落とし物じゃん。
That thing? Didn't someone just lose it? I thought that at first too, but if you look closer, it has a green mark here, right? Isn't this Ryuko's lipstick? Ooh! Brr. As I claimed that, I cleaned off the dust and held out the stamp so that everyone could see. Yeah, she's the only who wears it because she makes it herself. I know. Ryuko said herself that she was the only person who had safflower rouge, and so I think there's no mistake.
緑色の奥に朱色が混じっているような色合い。確かに見覚えがありますね。お嬢さん、この切手を一体どちらで？
I'm so glad you asked, Kinji. Let's recite what happened. This hue, the scarlet mixed behind the green, it does seem familiar. Young lady, just where did you get the stamp? I picked it up in the back of the red light district, western side, near an abandoned brothel, I think.
廃業した妓楼ですか。奥の方なら人通りもないでしょうし、監禁するにはうってつけかもしれ
An
ませんね。
abandoned brothel, you say? Not many people pass through the back of the red light district. It could be a perfect place to lock someone up. Oh, but Ohtaro said it's fine.
じゃあ、もう一度調べてみる。
Should we investigate it again? As Otaro's question, every one of us quietly nodded. Yeah, we should have investigated it the first time, too. Despite that, considering that there was a public parade tomorrow, there was no way we could have everyone participate in the investigation. In the midst of everyone rushing about to prepare countermeasures, we, the entertainment district team, immediately arrived at the aforementioned brothel. There wasn't much time left.
前ここにいた若い衆に聞いたけど、この技能が廃業したのはつい最近のことらしいよ。
I asked the male worker here before, but apparently this brothel closed down recently.
確かに、想像していたよりも手入れが行き届いているようですね。埃もほとんど落ちていません。
That's true. It seems much better maintained than I had imagined. There's barely any dust on the
しかし、
ground.
人の気配が全くしませんね。本当にルリコさんがいるんでしょうか？
I wonder if because he's a Blightfall, he can see threads. Does that make sense? Still, I don't sense anyone here at all. Could Ryuko truly be here?
前俺が確かめた時は誰もいなかったけどな。
I checked this place out last time and the place was just straight up empty. But there are a lot of emotional imprints. As I mumbled this, I carefully looked around the inside of the brothel. The interior was apparently well maintained, but from my eyes, I could clearly see black threads dangling with each other and creating nests.
それは遊郭なら当たり前のことでしょ。あなたも以前そう言っていたではありませんか。
Is that not normal in the red light district? You said it yourself before. That's true, but there's just way too many emotional imprints here. I've never seen it as bad as this. And just because you don't feel a present doesn't mean the place is empty. When Noriko was taken, no one noticed. Isn't it dangerous to make a judgment on that alone?
確かに。一理あるよな。ケンジ、調べてみようぜ。
Ohtaro, you're too quick to jump on the bandwagon again. I'm still suspicious of you. That's true. You have a point. Kinji, let's investigate.
ええ。何があるかわかりません。3人固まって行動しますよ。いいですね。
We don't know what could be lurking here. We shall move as a group, understood? As we gallop away? What the hell was that? That was how we started investigating inside the brothel. As we did, we discovered that there was a basement in the building. A hatch on the floor opened down to the basement into a room so large we almost forgot we were underground.
おいおい、マジかよ。前に調べた時には気づかなかったぞ。
No way, are you serious? I didn't notice this the last time I searched this place.
口を閉ざしなさい。
Be quiet, there could be enemies down here. We carefully and cautiously proceeded forward. As we did so, we spotted someone sitting in the back of the room. Riko? The person was Riko. Though she was bound and gagged, it seemed that she was still conscious. As soon as she saw us, her eyes widened.
嘘だろ。本当にいた。
You're kidding, she's really here? Both you, Kinji, run into the room so I can lock you inside. What a relief, my instinct wasn't
お
wrong.
嬢さん、ちなみにルリコさんは
Young lady, if I may ask, is she? She's fine. I don't think she's a blightfall. Though the threads around her neck displayed anxiety, they weren't blackened, and the majority... Oh god, I'm trying to keep my eyes open. It's almost midnight. I might take my break soon. I'm not sure. I'm not entirely sleepy, but... This story's taken a weird turn. Plus, I texted my sister about half an hour ago that I wanted rolled tacos, so if she brings me rolled tacos, I might just call it a night. The majority of emotional imprints spread around the room weren't attached to her either.
ルリコ、大丈夫か？
Riko, are you alright? Ohtaro, stay back. Confirming that, we immediately freed her from her bindings. Finally, when we removed the gag, Riko inhaled a huge breath of air.
本当に助けに来てくれたの？私、幻覚を見ているわけじゃないよね。
Did you really come to rescue me? I'm not seeing things, am I? Everything is okay. We're here to rescue you. Don't say everything's okay, Leah. That's how you get locked in a cage. I held her hand to calm her down, and Riko let out a deep breath.
よかった。私、このまま殺されるんじゃないかと思って、不安で仕方がなかったんだ。
I'm so glad. I thought I was going to end up killed like this, and I just couldn't stop worrying.
変な奴にはずっと見張られているし、もう何が何だかさっぱりわからなくて。
Some strange person was guarding me the entire time, and I had no idea what was going on.
ルリコさん、よろしければ教えていただけませんか？どうしてあなたはこんなところにいた
How
んです
about we ask her these questions at the Oniwaban base? Let's get her out of the cage. Huh? No? Keep her in the cage? Alright. Riko, if you can, could you please tell us something? Why were you in a place like this?
私もよくわからないんだけど。
I'm not too sure myself, but... At that moment, I heard the sound of footsteps softly rapping above us. No way, someone's here? As I stared up at the ceiling, Kinji dashed towards the entrance. He grabbed a piece of wood from the ground and placed it against the door like a stopper. At the same time, the door started to tremble and shake. Someone was trying to enter the basement. If we stay here, we'll be discovered. Great! How do we get out, Leah? I think we're already discovered, my guy.
そうだ。ここに一旦隠れるのはどう？
No, Ruriko. No, that's how you end up locked literally in a cage. How about hiding here for now? That's when Ruriko opened the sliding door in the back. It appeared to be a closet. There wasn't any storage inside, so it could probably fit around 4 people. How does she know?
ここならなんとかしのげるんじゃ。
If we're in this, we'll be able to wait him out.
でも隠れたところで意味ないよ。ルリコがいなくなってたらすぐに見つけられちゃうし。
There's no point in hiding. If you're not here, they'll find us right away.
仕方ありませんね。一旦ルリコさんにはここに残ってもらい、僕たちだけ押し入れ。
This is a bad idea, guys. I don't like this idea. We have no choice. Ruriko, will you stay here for now while we hide?
そんな置いていかないでよ。
No way, don't leave me behind. Didn't we establish that me and Ruriko look very similar? Am I gonna pretend to be Ruriko right now? Because that'd be hilarious. Ruriko?
もう一人になるのは嫌。 あいつにじっとりした目で見られるのも怖い。私、怖いの。
I don't want to be alone anymore. I don't want him to stare at me with those lifeless eyes anymore. I'm scared. I'm so scared. Riko latched onto my sleeve as if hanging onto a lifeline. Her hands were trembling, and it was obvious that she was at her limit. Perhaps she was beginning to lose control as her thread slowly began turning darker and darker. During this entire time, the sound of someone trying to break open the door was getting louder and louder.
困りましたね。この状態の彼女を置いていくのはさすがに得策ではないでしょう。
It wouldn't be a good idea to leave her alone in this
で
state.
もルリコに残ってもらう以外にこの状況を切り抜ける方法なんて。
But what else can we do to get out of here other than leave her behind? I'll take her place.
は？何言ってんだよ。
What are you talking about? I'll disguise myself and stay here so you two hide inside the closet with Riko. That way we can protect her, right? Riko and I have similar builds, so if I can just borrow her outer clothing, I think I can manage it.
でもそれじゃあなたが。
But then you'll be... It's alright. When it's time for the public parade, they'll let me out. I can use that to escape. Please prioritize Riko here.
まったく何を言い出すのかと思えば。
I thought we were just hiding in
ル
the
リコさんは
closet
確かに
for
守
a
るべき存
second.
在ではありますが、それはあなただって同じでしょう。
My, of all the things to say, surely we must protect Riko, but this goes the same for you too. Alright, Kinji, then you be Riko. My god.
唯一無二の能力者であるあなたに危険な真似をさせるわけにはいきません。
There's no way we can let someone such as yourself with that unique power of yours you possess do something so dangerous. Then kill the person trying to come in the room, my guy. There's no other choices there. There's plenty of choices. You guys are just very narrow-minded.
それは。
That's...
俺も賛成だ。ここはこいつの案に乗ろうぜ。
I also agree we should go with Leah's plan.
大太郎。あなた。
Ohtaro, you. First off, I thought they were gonna hide in the closet while whatever's trying to get in here comes in here. Like, the parade's not till tomorrow night. Why the hell would they be? What's happening?
このまま全員で見つかるよりかは全然いいじゃん。少なくともルリコみたいな素人を残すよりかは100倍マシだろ。
It's better than all of us getting discovered here. At the very least, it's 100 times better than leaving a novice like Riko here.
俺は仲間としてこいつを信じるよ。大丈夫。きっとうまくいくって。
I trust Leah as her comrade. It's fine. Everything will be okay. At the same time, Otaro's voice rang outside. A cracking noise was heard from the door. We were running out of time.
わかりました。ここはお嬢さんの意見を採用しましょう。
Take the young lady's suggestion here. Thank you very much.
ルリコさん、変装に使いますので、羽織だけ貸していただけますか。
Riko, may we borrow just the outer robe for the disguise?
その
I am...
ほら、早く。
Come on. Before we could wait for Riko's words, Ohtaro forcefully snatched away her outer robe.
ほら、これ。
Here, Leah, take it. I'm like, look so cute now. Thanks. Ohtaro placed Riko's outer robes over my shoulder. After that, we took out a towel. We took out a towel and placed the gag around my face to hide my identity.
これでよしっと。
Perfect. You look like a... Never mind, I won't say it.
大太郎、先に入ってますよ。
We're going in first.
ごめんね。本当にごめん。
Sorry, I'm so sorry. During that time, Kinji and Riko were entering the closet. After he saw them off, Ohtaro held my hand tightly. His expression was so serious that it made my heart race.
後で絶対に助けに行く。絶対に守るから。だから、俺のこと。
As a reminder, you guys are entering a closet. There's a very high chance that you're only able to leave if you come out the same way you go in. So the only way this is a problem is if when you go in and that door opens, they take me out. I'll rescue you later, I promise. I promise I'm going to protect you, so wait for me. After he said that, Ohtaro returned to his usual bright smile and entered the closet. Ohtaro? It was an expression I was used to seeing all the time, and yet for some reason, seeing it after he looked so serious made my chest feel tighter. My heart was pounding faster and faster, even though my hands were free. The hands he had held were burning hot. I wonder why my heart's beating so fast. Why? Booyah! But then, as if to interrupt my thoughts, I heard the sound of the door splintering apart. Someone had intruded into the basement, sending the door and fragments of woods flying every which way.
たく、なんなんだよ。
Jeez, what was all that about? There stood a young man I had never seen before, because this isn't the route I went on first anymore. This is not the guy who claimed to be the shogunite's son. Judging from his training robes, he must have been a Yamabushi monk, and from his youthful face, I could tell he was likely around the same age. But there was something that stood out even more about him. He's a Blightfall. There's an insane amount of emotional inference. The threads around his neck were pitch black. There were so many black threads tangled around his limbs that I couldn't even see his feet. Him simply standing in front of me was enough to send shivers down my spine. You? As I continued to observe him, the man suspiciously peered down at me. Oh no, if he sees my face, he'll find out that I'm not Ruriko.
ああ、なんだ。拘束が解けてたのか。小賢しい真似しやがって。今度は簡単に解けねえようにしとかないとな。
I see the bindings came free. I was hoping she'd be in her robes, you know what I mean? How dare they? You think you're so clever, huh? Gotta make sure you can't escape that easily next time. The young man had been looking at my limbs and not my face. He picked up the rope that had been tossed to the side and clumsily started to tie my hands and feet again. Phew, it seems that he hadn't noticed that I'm not Ruriko. But if he's the only guard, if we all charge at him, we'd be able to defeat...
でもお前、勘がいいな。
Still, he got good instincts. Huh?
拘束を自力で解いたのはいいけど、表に出るのはやめておいたんだろう。それで正解だったな。
Everything was great until you freed yourself, but you didn't go outside, did you? See, that was the right thing to do.
だって上には俺の仲間がうじゃうじゃいるんだから。
I mean, upstairs is swarming with some of my friends. As if to prove his words correct, black threads slowly began extending downwards from the gape in the ceiling. It was far beyond any amount that a single Blightfall could produce. So we were only able to sneak into here because we got lucky. Now that Riko and I are here, it would be difficult to escape while fighting off a large number of Blightfall. Such a shame that only 3 of us decided to come here for this rescue mission. Perhaps they also understood that. I couldn't hear a single sound from the closet that Ohtaro and the others should have been hiding in. Instead of acting rashly, they must have been planning to escape safely by waiting until the public parade.
いいか？お前は大事な客寄せ用の看板なんだ。そう簡単に脱走なんてさせるわけねえだろ。
Listen, you're gonna be our precious, darling little mascot to bring people in. You didn't think we'd let you escape that easily, did you? Once he finished retying the rope, the young man plucked himself down right in front of me.
この天一坊海行様の一世一代の大舞台をぶち壊しにしたら松代までたたってやるからね。
If you ruin the great Kaijo Tenchibo's one and only big show, I'll curse you into the next life. As the young man, Tenchibo Kaijo threatened me, all I could do was lower my head. He's gonna sit in here with you? Does that happen often? How much time had passed? We had been sitting across from each other for some time. Huh. When I happened to raise my head, I saw to my surprise that a warm light was shining into the room. Still feeling out of it, I managed to check my surroundings and saw that the sunlight was shining in from the destroyed door. Is it morning already?
お、ようやく動いたな。
Oh, you finally moved.
あれからずっとだんまりなのに、よくもまあ起きていられたな。こっちとしては寝てくれてもよかったんだぜ。
You were really quiet the whole time. Surprised you were able to stay awake, really. Personally, I would have appreciated if you'd gone to sleep. There's no way I could do something like that. If he finds out that I'm not Uriko, then everyone will be put into danger. I was tired, no doubt about it. I'd been walking around since yesterday and felt like I was going to pass out if I let down my guard for even a second. Despite that, I didn't sleep because everyone's lives were at stake.
体がだるいな。
I'm totally bushed. Tenchibo slowly stood up and stretched while yawning widely. Even as he did that, his eyes seemed to be carefully observing the sunlight pouring in from the broken door.
ちなみに、この座敷、地下だから構造上の関係で夕日しか光が入らないんだよ。だから時間の経過が分かりづらくてな。
By the way, since this room is in the basement, it only gets light when the sun sets. Makes it a real pain to figure out how much time has passed. What?
その顔、本当に分かってなかったんだな。あれ、朝日じゃなくて夕日だぜ。
That look on your face, you really didn't know. That's not the sunrise, that's the sunset. So,
シチュー引き回しの時間だ。
it's already time for your public parade. After he gave me a mocking smile, Tenchibo forcefully grabbed my arm and made me stand. There's no way it's been that long. But if I think about it another way, everyone can escape now. All that's left is for me to do my job and everything will be fine. My sleepiness had completely vanished. As I dragged my body, feeling heavier than normal, Tenchibo tugged me along to the exit above ground. I knew that everyone would come to my rescue. Did you? Because I feel like, at some point they should have came to look for you guys because you never came back from this brothel. The preparations for the public parade finished faster than I expected. Jeez, what a view! I was placed on a horse that Tenchibo was leading and arrived all the way to the main street of Castletown. Everywhere I looked was people, people, people. Thanks to the advertising the other day, there was an inordinate number of people gathered there. Everyone must have been waiting for the appearance of the criminal Nekomate boy. Their faces were all filled with anticipation.
どいつもこいつもお前の死に様を見に来てくれたんだな。悪趣味な奴らめ。
Each and every one of these people are here to see you die. Such poor taste.
ま、そんなもんはどうでもいいか。さっさと始めちまうぞ。
Well, who cares? Let's get started. But aside from Tenchibo, the horse, and I, no one else was with us. There was a list of the Nekomate boy's crimes written on a sign and attached to the horse, but that was it. From what I heard from Yobura, don't you need more people for a public parade around the city? Is this all there is? It seems like this would be really boring. As I wondered that Tenchibo led the horse I was on and appeared in front of everyone. And then, as if to make his existence known to the crowd, he raised both of his arms high in the air.
大変長らくお待たせしました。これより民草に大人気猫又小僧のお披露目会を開始させていただく。
Apologies for the long wait. We're about to start our grand reveal, the Nekomate boy who is oh so popular with the public. The call alone sent a wave of cheers from the citizens all the way to where I was. It was finally about to start. Tenchibo waved his hand to the people around us before pulling the horse I was on and slowly beginning to walk.
猫又小僧ことルリコは遊郭に売られた形人だった。生みの親には金づるとして扱われ、酷使された後は遊郭に骨を埋めるだけの哀れ哀れな傀儡。
The Nekomate boy Oriko was a farm folk sold to the red light district. She was but a golden goose to her creator and a disposable puppet.
しかし、そんなルリコにある転機が訪れる。愛する男、辰之助の登場だ。
若い二人は恋に溺れ、すぐさま婚約するに至った。
However, a turning point appeared in Ruriko's life, the appearance of a man she loved, Tatsunosuke. The two fell in love, immediately became engaged.
幸い、辰之助は城下町でも名高い豪商だ。ほんの少し遊郭での商売を我慢すれば、すぐにめとってくれるだろう。
Luckily, Tatsunosuke was a wealthy merchant famous enough in Castletown. If she could put up with her job for a little longer, she would be married any day.
だが、ルリ子はそれを待てなかった。一刻も早く遊郭を抜け出そうと、陰ながら辰之助を応援しようと考える。
But Ruriko couldn't wait for that. She decided that she wanted to help Tatsunosuke from the shadows to escape the red light district even a second faster.
その方法こそが猫又小僧の復活。辰之助が敬愛する大盗賊を自らの手で復活せしめることだった。
And so, the Nekomate boy returned. With her own hands, she decided to bring back the great bandit that Tatsunosuke loved and respected. Tenchibo spoke of Ruriko's life in a great detail as he walked. Since it was about someone else, I could listen to it calmly, but I wonder how I would have felt if it was about myself. And because he was making such a grand proclamation, even the people who were huddled up in their houses came out to the front, attracted by the noise, and yet the shogunate and nobody else did absolutely anything to stop this parade from happening.
そんなことのために泥棒していたのか。とんでもねえ女だな。
Is that why you were stealing? You're insane, woman.
なんだって？あんた、猫又小僧様を侮辱しようってのかい？
Are you trying to insult my dear Nekomate boy? I don't even. Perhaps because entertainment and the like had been scarce lately, the town folks were unnaturally excited. Insults blaming Ruriko flew from all sides, with arguments sprouting up amongst the spectators. As a result, black threads were being created at an alarming rate. I had seen a similar sight in my hometown, but it was nothing compared to what I saw. What is this? If we leave this alone, something horrible is going to happen. Perhaps it was the fear. I naturally began struggling in an attempt to break free from the bonds around my arms. This place, this bed of malice, I needed to escape from it. No matter how much I tried, the ropes didn't even loosen. The one saving grace was that my legs were free so I could ride a horse.
皆の者、かかれ!
Everyone on them. Then I caught the sound of a familiar voice. I immediately looked over and saw everyone from the Onyoban ready to charge in from the crowd. They must have known the situation would birth Blightfall. Everyone was there, had their swords drawn, and were prepared for combat.
ああ、不粋な奴らだな。俺が一生懸命話してるのが聞こえねえのかよ。
Great, a bunch of uncultured swine. Can't you see I'm trying to give a rousing speech here? Tenchibo loudly snapped his fingers, and in an instant, an uncountable number of Blightfall were born from the black threads hovering in the air. What are those? Stay back! Oh, no. The townsfolk, including those who had only been spectating, scattered to the winds like flies at the sudden appearance of Blightfall. Even so, those who couldn't get away, as well as those whose emotions overwhelmed them, becoming Blightfall.
おー、よしよし。いい感じに仲間が増えていくじゃねえか。
Ah, nice, nice. We're getting more friends to join the party. Tenchibo nodded approvingly and started to walk while leading the horse and the large number of Blightfall. Tenchibo hadn't brought anyone with him because he had known that a lot of Blightfall would appear.
ヒルムナ、ルリコを取り戻すんだ!
Don't hesitate. Get Ruriko back.
承知.
Understood. The Blightfall around us were normal ones, and the Onyoban defeated them with ease, and yet Blightfall were being born so quickly that they couldn't keep up, making it difficult to get close to me.
いいねいいね。カジト、喧嘩は江戸の花だ。このまま仲良く江戸中を練り歩こうぜ。
Nice, nice. Edo just isn't Edo without fires and fist fights. Why don't we all parade through the city shoulder to shoulder? Tenchibo gave everyone in the Onyoban a gloating look and continued the public parade. I had no choice but to watch over them, my mouth and hands both tied up. I'm gonna take my break now. I feel my tummy rumbling, and it's after midnight, and I said I was gonna stream for about 4 hours, and it's been 4 hours and 10-ish minutes, according to my thingamabob. Plus, we're in chapter 5 now, so we've done at least 1.5-ish chapters. I'm gonna say we're about halfway through this one. It's interesting because I really felt like this one was being kind of short, but yet here we are. Thank you so much for joining me. Asia, I don't know if you've managed to stay awake this whole time. I think you might have fallen asleep since, you know, midnight here is 2 a.m. your time. But thank you for sticking around with me. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. If you're watching this on YouTube, you can check out my newer stuff on Twitch. If you're checking me out on Twitch and you want to see my older videos, I upload everything onto YouTube. And this Sunday at 7 p.m. my time, I'm Phoenix. Bye-bye. Sweet dreams. Sweet dreams to you too. About 7 p.m. my time, I haven't got the exact time down. I will be doing a just chatting stream where we're going to talk about upcoming Otomi games in 2024, as well as games that are just on the list of games I own, not just specifically games coming out in 2024, but games that I want to play, games that I own, because I have a never-ending backlog of Otomi games. You wouldn't believe it, but there's so many Otomi games. And I started streaming just so I could make myself play through my very long backlog of Otomi games, so I'm pretty excited to talk about what I'm looking forward to in 2024, as well as just discussing what I already have. So thank you again so much for joining me. I hope you have a lovely time. Have a great night. Bye. Bye.